Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Yeah. You have been sighing every 5 minutes. I chuckled, turning towards Sasha sitting next to me in our carriage. Sorry. I know. We will only stay a day, you don't need to endure my mother any longer than that. It's not like that. It's just, you know. Ahaha, I do. With a hug, I made sure she wasn't feeling guilty. I perfectly knew what she meant, but honestly, I think you will be surprised. Of what? I have a theory, something I have been thinking of for a week now, but I want my mother to confirm it first before anything. I don't get it. You will. Believe me. I added with a wink, kissing her cheeks while we pulled up to the castle where my father was already waiting for us. Of course, his first words were about the dragonfire cannons, asking if we brought more or not. He was like a kid, wanting to get an early Christmas present. Well, I had to disappoint him, making him sulk, which was funny to see. What was also entertaining was the fact that Sasha suggested we head to the walls first and check on the cannons. She wanted to inspect if they were holding up as the official letter had stated. I didn't argue, but I knew full well that she just wanted to prolong the time before we met with my mother. My lord. Oleg saluted after we arrived, excitedly retelling everything that had happened since winter had fallen while my wife examined the weapons. The beast seemed to be learning. Yesterday was calm and silent, we didn't have any attacks. That can mean good and bad things, so stay on high alert. I warned him, these bastards are clever and could easily plan something like before, chasing something towards us to clear the obstructions. We are aware of that, my lord. You can rest assured that we are prepared. All is well and good. Sasha shouted, coming back to me, smiling happily. Neither of the cannons suffered deformity or cracks, and they are holding up well. We can mark them as the 1.0 version, and if we get enough CC, we can begin producing them en masse. I want to order a dozen. At the minimum. My father declared, stating it before anyone else could speak. You mean I should install them on my wall? Which means you get them free. I joked, looking at him with one eye, and he simply laughed, slapping my back, almost making me fall forward. Good boy. I knew you would take care of your dad when he gets old. Old. Please. I rolled my eyes, looking towards the mountain pass leading to the other side. But yeah, you will get them first. We need to defend our backs first and foremost. I couldn't help but think about the saboteurs we sent on the walk, who, in the end, never returned. I hoped it would happen, but of course, there was no sign of them even after 3 years. My luck is not omnipotent, which is both good and bad news. That's what I wanted to hear. Come, your mother is already waiting. He ushered us back into the castle with a laugh, making me look at my wife, who had no more excuses to avoid her. Lunch was already prepared, and for the first half an hour, Mom never brought up the topic of grandkids. Sometimes you should attend my meetings. After finishing the main course, I spoke up, looking at her, you are still one of my ministers. I know, and if something important happens, I will be there. I read the weekly papers, so don't worry. She answered casually, wiping her mouth, her green eyes locking onto Sasha. Oh boy, here we go. I was prepared to answer whatever she brought up, but she remained silent for a few seconds. Are you all right? Huh. Sasha flinched, looking at me first, but her question also baffled me just the same. Why yes, I am. Why? Something felt wrong. Your complexion and posture are a bit off than usual, that's why I asked. Is it? We asked as neither Sasha nor I noticed it at all. I think I may have something lurking around, or, well, inside of me. I did feel a bit woozy this morning, too. Explain. The way Mom said that I knew she was already thinking of the same thing, so I just leaned back, smiling while Sasha began retelling all her symptoms, too afraid to say no. Halfway through it, Dad also glanced at me, realizing it and sending me a thumbs up. The way my mother's eyes began shining, and she barely could sit in place, told me enough. I was right. Finally. It was such a happy cry, bursting out from within, that it made Sasha jump in place, drawing blanks when my mother walked over, hugging her between her breasts, not wanting to let go. What? She stuttered, looking towards me for an explanation before it finally dawned on her. Am I am. We. Calm down, too much excitement is not good. You ought to be in the early stages. We need to be extra careful with you. You shouldn't have even come in this weather and just stayed at home. Leon. Whoa, Mom, relax. Don't look at me like that. I had to bring her because I was unsure of it. You are the expert. I grumbled, feeling wronged by how she was accusing me now. You knew. Sasha cried, pointing at me, turning red. Why didn't you say so? I suspected it. I did not know for sure. You should have called me over instead. Don't make your wife trek along in this nasty weather. Can you too? I wanted to retort, but my dad put his hand on my shoulder, shaking his head. Let it go, son. You can't win these types of battles. Accept defeat, and it will pass. Fight it, and you will be in for a world of pain. TSK. I call bullshit. I mumbled, crossing my arms before my chest, looking away, grumbling a little more while my mom and Sasha began chattering like teenage girls. While one was explaining everything she went through and how she made sure I was safe while being in her tummy, the other was bombarding her with questions about how to prepare for it. Come, boy. Father grinned, pulling me up. Let's go, we will drink to celebrate this. Let's leave the girls to talk it out, you won't be able to chime in with anything anyway. Yeah, I'm in. That at least sounds nice. Bully. Because I didn't tell you. I chuckled, lying in my old bed with her, caressing her head while she rested on my chest. Yes. You should have done so sooner. I was unsure. Still, we will need to be careful. For now, we are focusing on keeping you stress-free, healthy, and relaxed, which also means no more rowdy nights. But. She stiffened but then didn't argue, nodding her head. Oh, okay. It was hard to get to this stage, so we must ensure nothing bad happens. I will try my best to please you, but no wilding around, not even the girls. Do you understand me? Yes. When you say it like that. Ahaha. This also means that you must refrain from using magic. The projects we were working on will take a back seat. We don't know its effects, and you being a fire-type poke, which, we need to take it seriously. Poke. Poke what? She looked up, watching me with slanted eyes. Bully. 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 Ahahaha, don't bite. It hurts. Growling. Wait, do you feel it? I asked because I could swear I heard a thump and felt the bed shake. You are not tricking me. She continued growling and biting me. Finally, our little play was interrupted by the loud whistle and the bright, red light shining in from the window as a flare went up to the sky. This meant that the beasts had come. And I felt it again. Are you going? She looked at me as I began climbing out of bed and dressing up. Yes. Don't worry, we are different this time. I added before she could speak, and I was just putting on my shirt when my mom burst into the room. Good. She nodded, seeing Sasha still sitting in bed, naked. You go, I will keep her here safe and calm. Thanks. I smiled, nodding at Mom, and I was sure nobody would slip past her this time. When I arrived, it was just in time to witness one of the cannons fire. By the bright light and sound of the spell whistling through the air, I could tell it was shot with 2 cc's loaded into the formation. Watching it strike through the air and hit the thing coming towards us made me realize this was something else. What the fuck is that? I gulped, feeling terrified for a moment because what I was seeing coming towards us, emerging and barely fitting through the narrow pass, was a 20 or maybe even 30-meter high creature. My soldiers were sending up flare after flare so we could see, and by looking at it, the thing reminded me of a mollusk. With 6 stumpy legs. What the hell? I watched as the spell hit it on the shell on its back, resulting in an explosion, making it falter as pieces of it broke down, falling all over the ground and sending the snow into the air. It moaned in a deep, reverberating way, shaking up our organs, similar to how it felt standing beside a strong subwoofer. Nothing like that ever came this way. Father murmured, just as shocked, while all of our ballistay and arrows were being loaded, dosed in animal fat, and lit up, getting ready for it to come into range. At the same time, we watched as it stepped into the proximity of our mines, triggering them all, resulting in chain explosions and injuring its weird, stumpy legs. Yet, it kept coming. Hurry! I shouted, coming to my senses and rushing over to one of the cannons, fill it up to the maximum. Take aim and fire, don't bother waiting for it to cool down. If that monster reaches close enough, we are dead. While I was manning one of the 2 dragon fires, Oleg took over the other as we loaded it up. It was mine that shot at first, turning the whole barrel bright red, while the rocket, this time, was ear-piercingly loud and bright as the morning sun. It flew in an arc before striking the shell on its back, followed by a ground-shaking roar and explosion. We saw under the light of the flares that chunks of its insides and a sea of blood erupted from it, followed by Oleg's shot, hitting it again, repeating the same devastating effect. This time, the beast finally realized he would be too slow to come over and wanted to back off, but his humongous body failed to find space to turn around. Fire! Fire again! I roared, not even thinking about stopping or considering the consequences. This time, the second level 4 spell was too much, and the moment the cannon fired, the barrel was blown apart as if it was from some kind of cartoon, split into curly shards along the enlaced CC strands. Maybe it was what prevented it from spewing shrapnels everywhere, keeping it together. But it was no time to worry about that as I watched the spell hit the beast, this time on its head, where there was no armor. We could see a splatter of something, maybe blood or mucus or hell if I know, raining everywhere, painting the ground and the mountain walls, but the beast was still standing, moving and groaning. Then came the second shot with the destruction of Oleg's cannon. It hit its shell, blowing a hole into it, throwing more nasty innards everywhere. We watched as the monster slowly kneeled over, collapsing under its weight, but we also knew it wasn't dead. Its deep groans and moans kept on going for hours, even though it could not stand up anymore. It was bleeding out while we watched its death struggle. It stopped making any noise only when the sun was finally up, and we could see the valley and how it was covered in a greenish, foul-smelling liquid that could be its blood or innards. Damn if I knew. It felt like we were standing close to a knacker's yard or something. It was stomach-turning. I sent a pigeon. We will wait until more soldiers arrive with Merlin. They will bring clothes and extra armor. Nobody is to go out until I say so. I ordered, and because I was the ruler of the frontier, even my father listened and saluted, following my commands. He never once questioned me, and I was grateful for it. I knew he still held a more significant respect amongst his soldiers than my presence, which was understandable. Maybe that's why he was so cooperative, no matter what. Is it dead? He asked, leaning against the walls, watching the beast. I don't know. So we must be careful. Also, there is no touching the green sludge. It could be poisonous. Roger. You will stay on the wall. Father said, and this time, I knew it was an order. I wanted to argue, but he only smiled at me, patting my shoulders. We are not risking the sovereign's life. Especially when my son is about to become a father. Be careful. Dad. I will. I want to hold my grandson or granddaughter, you know. It isn't just your mom who is stoked by the news, ahahaha. Men. He turned around, shouting so loudly, the whole castle could hear him, begin preparations. When reinforcement arrives, we ride. I was watching from the walls as the soldiers rode out on horseback, approaching the corpse of that giant beast in a wedge formation. Was I anxious? Yes. It would be a lie to say otherwise. I wanted to go. Merlin grumbled, standing on a box beside me, but I refused to let him head out with my father. He was ready to go wherever I told him to when he arrived with the reinforcement, bringing extra clothes to cover every part of the soldiers. After coming to the walls and seeing the dead beast, he was like a hamster on coffee, squealing incoherently. Only when everything is confirmed to be safe and no sooner. You tremble like an overexcited chihuahua. Calm down. It won't go anywhere. I hope. I don't know what that is, my lord, but of course I am excited. Look at that monster. How cool is that? It was terrifying. Ah. Why yes. He stopped, lowering his head, saying nothing more, beginning to rummage in his inner pockets. Good thing we completed these. He mumbled, trying to dial back on his excitement as he pulled out the first rudimentary telescopes we built, watching as the soldiers approached the dead beast through it. I agree. With a nod, I also followed suit, anxiously watching my father. The plans for it were not made by me this time, but they were brought back by one of our traders who visited other regions within the empire. The first year was rough, as we were looked down upon in most places, and nobody wanted to do business with us. But by the second year, we had finally managed to establish some proper contacts, not with nobles but with wealthy but rankless families. It was better than I thought because we could get our hands on some rarer resources and a few blueprints without too much hassle. Of course, they were nothing that counted as cutting edge, only simple, old technology that the Empire had already discarded and was using something else at a higher level. One such item was the telescopes in our hands, as I learned that the Empire's military had an even better version by now. I wish we had a radio. I murmured, and Merlin immediately caught my words. What's that? An instrument that would let us talk via long distances. Do you remember the warning devices the merchants had on them? We are also using it in the mines. We do. I looked at him, surprised. I didn't bother you with the details because it was a minor thing, but you signed it, my lord. He added with a chuckle, and as I thought back. I stamped a request 2 years ago to establish an emergency response system. I made it so they can inform us as soon as possible if a collapse happens or something similar, anything that requires an emergency response. The idea came to me after the destruction of the first temple. This is why you are my right hand. I added with a smile, rubbing his head like always. The radio, to answer your previous question, is similar. People who have it on them can communicate over long distances. You speak into it, and on the other end, they hear what you say without delay and can answer back. That would be so useful. It would be better than the newspaper. Instant news. Knowing everything when it happens. Yeah, but building something like that, even with the amount of knowledge we have, is so far away, it hurts my head. I still only managed to print out around half of the books I flipped through in the Empress's private library. I can't focus on it at all times and comb through that knowledge, or I would go mad from it. Worry not, I read every book and memorized them all. He giggled, grinning, and I wasn't doubting him. The little hamster had a better brain than me. Even though I could photograph and recall information quickly, understanding all of that was a different question altogether. This little bastard could learn it way faster than me. Sometimes, I felt jealous, but only for a little. While we talked, my father did reach the corpse, and we watched as they surrounded it. After making sure it was dead, they began climbing up on its body, testing the hardness of its shell. Watching them, I heard that my mom and Sasha had also arrived, looking on with horror at the monstrosity lying there, plugging up the pass with its body. Now, I finally understand what Mickey, too, told us, and the decor of that corpse showed me how a fully built army could die just like that. What else was out there if this type of thing could live and evolve on the other side? Maybe beasts lived there, ones that wouldn't even fit through this pass. I was glad that the mountains were here, or we may have been in great trouble. When they returned, the sun was already halfway below the horizon, and we were studying the pieces of the monster they had brought back. Its shell was made out of keratin, at least, that is what I thought. It resembled how horns or antlers felt to the touch, but I could have been wrong. It was hard and heavy, simply hacking it with swords did little to no damage to it. It needed blunt force, as when hammers hit it, after a dozen well-placed strikes, some dents and cracks finally appeared on it. The other thing I examined that night was its foul-smelling blood. It was vivid green but didn't glow in the dark. I hope this meant it wasn't radioactive. Besides being nasty and somewhat sticky, it didn't prove to be poisonous after being smeared on a pig. We even fed a little to it. Still, we decided to keep a watch on the animal for the next couple of days and forbade anybody from touching it directly. I wasn't going to take it leisurely. It was hard sleeping that night as my mind was racing, wanting to go and see the beast up close for myself. Luckily, no second wave or another giant monster tried coming through, so we could relax a little. When morning came, and Sasha and I walked out of our room, Merlin was already there, dressed, almost bouncing in place, urging us to go. He couldn't sit still at breakfast either, finishing it in 2 bites, going on and on about the samples that he was playing with since early morning. "I don't like this," Sasha exclaimed as I climbed my horse, but it was my mother who answered her, holding her hand. "Accept it. If something happens to you, that would be the worst outcome. Now, you are doing what we tell you, understand? You are no longer only responsible for your and my son's health but my future grandson. Or granddaughter. You stay here, young lady." I wouldn't argue. I shrugged, remembering my father's advice, making her smile softly as she knew there was no way any of us would let her follow me. "Relax, I'll be back in a moment's notice." I winked at her before riding out, Merlin sitting behind me, almost standing on a horse to see better. When we arrived, I ensured everyone wore their gloves, hoodies, and scarves wrapped around their mouth and nose. Not that it needed to be told twice the closer we got to it. I don't know what this thing was eating, but it had to be the worst thing on this earth. I grunted, with my scarf wrapped around my mouth, hiding a scented soap within, but it wasn't helping much. I wasn't alone with the assessment, as the other soldiers, including Merlin, nodded rapidly at my words. After we stopped, our horses began complaining with loud neighs, but there was nothing they could do. I watched as my excited Prime Minister jumped off and ran in the knee-deep snow, beginning to examine the openings on the monster's back, right where our cannons hit it. I can see multiple organs within. Plus, its blood is getting crystallized. Is it because of the cold, or is it because it's a demon? He asked nobody in particular, shoveling some snow away with frozen, green blood tainting it. Huh. He stopped suddenly, looking around and then tilting his head left and right. "What is it?" I asked, waiting for his assessment, my heart rate increasing. "I feel the presence of CC, and it has to be a big one." Looking at his eyes, he wasn't lying. I knew he wasn't. Holy shit. With a loud order, I commanded everyone to back off, get further away, and keep clear of its blood. We hurriedly set up a perimeter around the body, digging in and creating trenches while I sent back the word so Mom and Sasha wouldn't get a panic attack on the walls, watching us. When the preparations were done, I told Merlin to try to focus on the feeling of CC and summon a magic formation. "Let us see what happens then." "Worry not, my lord. I am much better by now." At first, nothing happened when he began chanting, speaking out the names of the runes while his hand stretched forward. It was my first time seeing him this seriously, and he didn't even try wordless casting. It was around the 20th rune when there was a response. My lord." Merlin shuddered, looking back at me while we saw a red magic ring appear above the corpse. "Tell me it is you." "No. Brace for impact." I roared, rushing out and dragging the boy back as everyone ducked into the snow trench. When no explosion came, I peeked, and it was just the right time to see a massive flaming column rise to the sky. Fuck. It was luckily contained around the base of the corpse, burning so hot it melted the snow all around us. Even in our trench, it felt like standing in the proximity of an open kiln where steel was being superheated. Right when it was getting dangerously bad, just as it came, it was gone. Now drenched, muddied, and nearly cooked, we looked back up to see the smoking and smoldering carcass of the giant monster. What remained were its white bones, its shell, and a giant dodecahedron rolling out of its shell. It was still glowing as the formation disappeared and the world returned to normalcy. "What spell did you try?" I asked Merlin, feeling it hard to find my voice. "I wanted to burn a hole into it," he murmured, sounding guilty. "Well, next time, try just making it weightless, okay?" "Haw. I can't believe it," I exclaimed for the 100th time, standing in the castle's main ground, looking at the giant, raw CC standing before us. It was the size of a small shed, and both Merlin and Sasha confirmed that it was charged to the brim, even after that little stunt we pulled. I don't need to say, but neither my mom nor Sasha was pleased, and my ears were still ringing just thinking about it. Well, we were all lucky, not just us. Mainly because if this CC was that charged, all the mines would have exploded around us. Thank the 6 gods that this monstrosity strolled far enough to trigger them all. "Me neither," they replied, and Merlin stepped forward, giggling and raising the whole thing. Look. I am super strong. Don't break it, kiddo. I snorted, grinning, seeing him play with the giant crystal. What could this mean? Sasha whispered, but I had no answer. Such a beast, having something within itself. I had no answer for her. Were all beasts like this? Or only the big ones? How did this thing get into their bodies? Do they eat it, and it accumulates within them? Or are they born with it? Whatever the case was, it explained why some of them could use spells. They had an internal magic engine that they could tap into by instinct. I couldn't help but agree with an old quote. Nature always finds a way. Are we going to break it up? We could manufacture so many CCs from this. Merlin shouted, putting it down and hopping back to us while Oleg and the rest were preparing to take it back to Avalon. I already explained to them that because it is charged, they must avoid any and all formations, or it may activate them. We will, but we will also keep a big chunk of it back. Didn't we need this to begin our project? Whoa. Merlin shuddered, his eyes beginning to glow and sparkle like stars. I totally forgot about it. Yes, yes. This would be perfect. What I am also curious about are the bones. I added, turning my attention toward the multiple boxes of it. After examining the corpse and what remained of it, the bones within were unique. Examining all of them, we came to the conclusion they had runes on them. Everything pointed in that direction. How did they get on there? No idea, but we will bring all of it back and study it. This was something wild, wilder than the CC itself. What are you going to do with the rest of the corpse? My mom asked, walking up to us, wearing a scarf and spraying perfume in the air with a grumpy expression. Nature will do its course. Even if it isn't harmful and Merlin here cooked it, I wouldn't eat it. No way. So, we will let it decompose and let the earth absorb it. Then, we can collect the rest of its bones. I am coming with you. She interrupted me at once. I already told Kalash. I am not staying here. Not until the stench is gone. Sure. I shrugged, watching her leave the moment I agreed, with Sasha elbowing me. Bully. Why? Merlin asked, looking confused before my wife began explaining. Leon wants her to go to Avalon so she can teach more traders and fulfill her role as a minister. The Traders Guild is operating nicely, but we can't make already experienced caravanners stay back and instruct the newcomers. We want to expand our available merchants. So she needs to be in Avalon for that to select and teach them. What Leon failed to mention is that I am already preparing a formation for you, Merlin, to burn the corpse away so we can collect the rest of its skeleton. I think she knows. I added, turning back towards the giant CC, she would have come with us anyway, as she will keep an eye on you at all times. Huh. Sasha flinched, finally comprehending it. Yeah, get used to it, my dear. Now that you are pregnant. Mom will be your new shadow, making sure you deliver a healthy child. Bringing back the giant piece of CC was more complicated than I expected. Because we now had multiple formations running, helping all the constructions going on in the city, we needed to shut them off until they got escorted through the streets, bringing the thing back to the palace. The event gathered many people, who watched curiously what was dragged along the main street, and they were more shocked by the humongous bones than the giant CC. I wonder what they would say if we could manage to bring the skull away, but that and many other parts of the demon couldn't fit through the castle gates, so most of it was left behind in the valley. Are you sure that it's a good idea to have it here, my lord? Oleg asked, to which I answered with a shrug, standing in the light snowfall in the middle of our garden. It's only a temporary solution. I already told Sasha and Merlin that no magic is to be used around the palace for now. Kraus is coming over, and we will begin breaking off multiple chunks of this massive CC. It will be our first time doing it on such a big specimen. By my calculation, we will reduce its size to what the Imperial books call a human-sized CC. Human-sized? He asked, and I simply handed him a book we printed a few weeks back. It is the Imperial measurement system that we also opted to use. It is kinda weird, but all of the books are written with their measurements and naming system, and I am not keen on redefining it again. It is already a pain to convert the blueprints we buy to our metric system. Doing it with magic and runes. Nah. I will adapt. I don't get it. He replied honestly, only flipping through the book before returning it. No worries. The main thing is we are going to break it into multiple pieces and into different sizes. Sovereign. Here he is. I chuckled, hearing Merlin's happy shout as he rushed in, my forge master hurrying after him, awed by the giant CC sitting in my garden. We have brought the tools. Merlin added, raising chisels that were made out of CC, ready to start working. I am a bit disappointed, though. Why? I asked, smiling, nodding at Kraus, who bowed with visible excitement on his face. Because this is fully charged up. Merlin answered, sighing, stroking the opaque, giant crystal. No human can do something like this. That was true. All the literature I scanned said the same thing. Human-sized CC was the biggest that anybody could charge or use. Anything bigger than that and trying to charge it would be like pouring water into a filter dish and expecting it to fill up. Well, this damned beast did just that. There has to be something that we don't know or something that we, humans, are incapable of. I can't wait to study the bones. Merlin chuckled, making me blink my eyes and return to the conversation. Sasha is doing just that. I nodded as I was just as curious about them. It is already confirmed that the behemoth skeleton is engraved with naturally formed runes. The whole thing was like a walking, breathing, and living formation. Sovereign, is it true? My forge master interjected, gulping multiple times as I retold him the events and picked a smaller bone out of my pocket, showing it to him. How? He asked the same question that I did while checking the bones in the valley. How indeed? Secrets of nature are there to be discovered, cracked, and understood. So, first, we will start breaking this. I pointed at the core of that demon. Let us focus on what we can do. We will measure it and draw the lines where we will begin cutting it. Be careful, and Merlin, contain yourself. Don't even think about magic. I don't want you to melt my city. Don't worry, Sovereign. I came prepared. He laughed happily, raising his sleeves and showing that he was wearing 2 bracelets, cutting off his own magic, the same way as Mickey, too, was confined within Mikan. I won't lie. I was surprised at the little imp's readiness. I'm tired. Let me massage you. Luna shouted, already stepping behind my wife, rubbing her shoulders while we were sitting in our room, enjoying cold milk after bathing, and wearing only towels around our bodies. My mind is what tired. She moaned softly, still enjoying her fingers, smiling from ear to ear. You need to laze around more, like Luna. I added jokingly, making our maid pout. Louise said the same. Sasha mumbled, and this time, I had to agree with Mom. She is right. Luna nodded, echoing the conclusion, when will you announce it publicly? The pregnancy. I hummed, thinking, looking at my wives, when it is visible but not before that. I don't think we need to make a big deal out of it. She whispered, but of course, we acted as if we didn't hear it. Of course, we would. Because it is. The heir to Avalon is going to be born, that has to be celebrated. Right now, only a few people know about it. Besides us, there were Oleg, Merlin, and Mikan, who were the most excited after hearing the news. She immediately told us that she would play the role of the midwife, explaining that she has assisted in more than 100 childbirths since her training began. It was one thing where she never made a mistake, which was to be expected. I think. You two can go and sleep if you are tired. I yawned and stretched, picking up Sasha's notebook. I will still stay up and go over your findings. I will do that. She answered with another yawn, followed by Luna as the two retreated to our bed. Watching her drawings and notes, comparing them to the little bone pieces on my coffee table, I couldn't help but be amazed. We were now certain that all those runes were naturally formed, leaving imprints on the creature's bone structure. They were naturally formed and not by someone or something. One theory was that the CC that was within its body created a genuine magic circle, just like when a mage uses a spell, and it appears around them. This then left its building blocks inscribed into the skeleton of the creature, creating a whole, complete inner system. It was marvelous. Identifying the most repeated runes, Sasha concluded that the beast was most likely capable of casting earth-based spells. As to what that really meant, we had no idea. We can discard the thought of it being able to harden its body, or it would have already done that. Was it capable of manipulating rocks? I also doubted that. Maybe it ate rocks, but it's implausible, or why would it have attacked us? Maybe it was capable of manipulating gravity. Or was its powers alongside something magnetic? Perhaps it could have created earthquakes. Well, whatever it was, we will never know, luckily for us. Not that it was necessary to know it for sure. What was invaluable was how they worked. Funnily enough, I already looked at them as the skeletons for my future plans. By my understanding, magic formations worked because they all formed a circle, the representation of a closed system. I looked at it like a completed line of code with a start and end point, defined clearly within its own language. It told the function and behavior of the spell and compiled it into an executable. Playing puzzles with the skeleton, I noticed that this was also true for the monster, as the runes did draw a circle, but it was in 3D, following the bodily structure of the beast. It was like shadow plays on a wall, you just had to look at it from the perfect angle. If you lined it up correctly, you could see that it had multiple magic formations within its body, surrounding the giant CC as its core. This is what I was missing, I think. I mumbled, my mind already coming up with new blueprints as I was trying to understand their roles. Those closed systems were all responsible for different functions inside the creature. They were like a magical set of organs or something similar. I could feel that a great breakthrough awaited us, we just had to understand and replicate it. These different circles were all connected with lines of runes, like nodes being connected in a program, forming one colossal formation, a massive magical system that was operating under its skin and muscles. What I needed was for us to crack this system and become capable of recreating it. Combining it with CC strands could be the key to how to link up a multitude of formations. I have been fascinated by the idea since the time Merlin's power showed itself. I also knew from the books of the Empress that there are spells that can be broken down into smaller parts, performed by weaker, less talented mages. That point was reinforced by Mickey, too, the little bastard, and her recollections. If so, then that means, in theory, there is a way to string a multitude of these spells together, creating something new. The issue is, right now, it feels as if I am trying to write a code while being blindfolded. I know its language, meaning the runes, I just need to comprehend and discover the rules for making the program work. Well, one thing I have is time and 2 genius mages with me, so it shouldn't be that hard, haha. TSK. I just jinxed myself, didn't I? It took over a week to break up the giant CC and chisel it into looking like some rough-looking Egyptian obelisk. Now, it was indeed a human-sized one as it stood at the height and width of Oleg, whom we used as a measurement. That one was taken away and placed into the treasury, while the rest was gathered into multiple boxes while we were standing in an emptied-out room of the palace, transformed into a workshop. We should be good. Merlin laughed, shaking his gloved hands and speaking through the mask that I made him wear while we worked. I was worried if something went wrong and we broke the CC into powder, he would inhale it. I can't risk losing him. We will take a full inventory of the skull and fist-sized CC before taking them to the raw materials warehouse. Kraus. Yes, Sovereign. He asked, saluting, waiting for my orders, wiping the sweat from his forehead after our last day of work. Chose some from the fist-sized CC so you can shape them into future tools to be used by the Forge Masters. It will be hereditary as these will be only used in carving and cutting CC. I smiled, making him nod happily. What about the pebbles? Merlin asked, watching the biggest iron cart that was filled to the brim with uneven, small pieces of CC. We will start using them. I murmured, crossing my arms, thinking and understanding why Yuri managed to buy us enough CC. While breaking it apart, this one slab alone showed us how brittle it is when CC meets with CC. It reminded me of how obsidian was so easily broken apart, leaving us with multiple crumbs that we further separated and collected in a mining cart. Sovereign, if the Empire has CC mines, I can't imagine how much they must have. Kraus sighed, looking at the hall, and I couldn't help but nod. Their resources were on a completely different level, and I could imagine them having vaults the size of my palace filled to the brim. Just by mining it, tons of pebble-sized variants could go missing, and nobody would bat an eye. The only thing we miss is CC strands. Merlin mumbled, complaining a little. We tried making some, but it was futile, and we failed multiple times with all our attempts. We even tried using strands to shave another off, but it didn't work, and instead, it broke off like icicles hanging from the drainage. Be happy with what we have. I clapped his shoulders, shaking away all my thoughts, being glad for what we had. This is already much more than what we have started out with. With Yuri returning and adding her haul to the pile, I think we secured enough CC to run the city for multiple years and even have some extra for experimenting. I wouldn't worry, my lord. Merlin exclaimed with a wide grin. I am sure, one day, we will have our own mine. With the winter still going, I made sure that the forges were focusing on producing more dragonfire cannons. With enough CC sitting in our coffers, we could operate them without worry for a few years. Not that I was hoping to use all it up at once. Still, I wanted the castle to be equipped as fast as possible in case another monster appeared. I was in my study when Luna hurried in, bringing a letter to me. It's from Lord Kalash, she said, presenting it to me in a hurry. Breathe. You look like you just won a marathon or something. When did it arrive? I asked while opening it. Just now, the pigeon that brought it had a red ring on it. What is a marathon? A running competition, but it's not important. Coming over with a red ring meant it was an urgent message. I was ready to move at once, but after reading the whole letter, my heart rate slowly returned to normalcy. Father described that multiple monsters appeared once again, surveying the pass, but none approached the spot where the giant demon had died. Maybe it was its scent still lingering in the air or its bones at the walls. Whatever made them stop, it was like an invisible barrier. No matter how often they showed up, day or night, they always retreated in the end. Weird. I murmured to myself. Is it bad? No, it is not, I don't think so. I smiled, making her relax, but deep within, I wasn't so sure. When I met with Mikan and when I almost died, the beasts showcased that they could learn. They burnt themselves once but then adapted. Whether chasing smaller prey to clear the mines or using magic to fly over the traps, they showed a strong learning capability. Now I was thinking if this behemoth was also something that was led into the valley or not. Was it another attempt by different beasts to test us? To see our defenses? Measure our power? I couldn't tell. Maybe. What, Master? Luna asked, hearing me whisper. I was wondering if our advancement or show of power is something that the demons can comprehend. Does this mean that they are learning and testing us? Will they attempt it again but with something more destructive? More scarier than that thing? No way. Those are demons. They are not smart enough to come up with strategies. Maybe, or maybe not. Looking at the samples of bones on my table, I was getting a feeling that I would need to start developing more destructive weapons than simple cannons. Is this what being in an arms race feels like? Lousy, really, I am fine. You visited the blacksmiths without telling me. She replied with crossed arms, standing before Sasha. It wasn't just her, Mikan also accompanied Leon's mother, looking worriedly at her. I was careful. Sasha complained as she was being held up at the dinner table, looking for help, but Leon had already left for the workshops while Luna acted as if she didn't see her friend's pleading glances, asking for support. I didn't go close to the fire, and I didn't use magic. What, now I can't go places? Is that it? I can't stay inside all the time, I will get bored to death. Yes, but you are no longer only responsible for yourself. Answered both of them, stunning her for a moment, giving Louise a chance to continue. You may be a heat-resistant young lady, but your baby may not. We don't know how this works, so no visiting places that are on a blacklist. Here, I wrote it out for you. With a numbed mind, she took away the meter-long parchment, unrolling it and reading the hundreds of places and activities she was barred from doing, including any and all bedroom activities. That was maybe why she had been feeling irritated in the past few weeks, especially when she thought about Leon and Luna doing it. She was hoping for Yuri to finally return so she could make her punish their maid like nobody else could. She was simply jealous and would deny it whenever anyone asked. Please, listen to her, Lady Sasha. Mikan pleaded, holding her hands and looking at her with a kind, warm smile. It is tough for most bloodlines with potent magic within them to conceive a child. The Empire is still there, isn't it? Sasha murmured, just so the last word wouldn't be theirs. It is, but most emperors and empresses had an extensive harem. Louise shrugged, sounding a bit sad because even though her son had multiple wives, the others were still yet to get pregnant. Even though they were not magical in nature. Not to mention the inbreeding. Sasha replied again with a sarcastic smile, making Lousy roll her eyes, speaking like a scolding mother. Enough. I am tightening my supervision because you can't be trusted to look out for yourself. We are moving in together. I ordered Luna to get all your stuff into my room. We will also sleep together so your senses won't be swayed by the scent of my son's seed. Iya. The wailing cry was Luna's sign to slip out of the room before being dragged into the conversation or subjected to Sasha's wrath. Sadly, she had no choice but to go against the queen's wishes, as even Leon did nothing but shrug when his mother made up a new rule, letting her be the true despot of the palace. Entering the old shop of Marka, it was nothing like before. In the past years, it had been expanded, and she purchased the neighboring 2 houses, rebuilding and opening them up as one of the biggest stores in Avalon. She also moved to a different dwelling, where she mainly focused on creating new potion recipes while employees handled the sales and the manufacturing. "Welcome," shouted a lively young woman, running up to Mikan and removing the box from her hands. Every step she took was accompanied by the clanking of multiple empty bottles Mikan had brought back. "Will it be the usual, priestess?" "Yes, and thank you, Nia." She nodded, preparing her money pouch and paying for the medicine bottles being refilled by the staff in the shop. While waiting, she couldn't help but play with her bracelet and think how much more she managed to do without magic than when her ancestor was silently fooling her, making her believe she was a witch. People were coming to her sermons, listening to her retellings of the ancient lore, and thanking her for holding a ceremony for those who passed away or when she gave the blessings of the gods to the newborn children. Some people even donated some of their money to the temple, which Mikan used to buy the medicine and send it out to the farms completely free. It was especially useful to prevent or deal with colds in the winter, keeping everyone safe and healthy, no matter where they lived. By now, everyone within the frontier was using Leon's new coins while the old money was solely in the hands of the ministry. When a caravan headed out, they exchanged their local funds and did the same when returning, paying a minimal tax, which was also gradually introduced to the populace at the start of this year. Mikan expected some complaints, but the people were not that annoyed by it so far, which was surprising. After she paid for the medicine and left the shop with a now much heavier box, Mikan stopped at one of the roadside bulletin boards, looking at the notices and important news pinned to it. She couldn't help but sigh with admiration, as this and the weekly newspaper always explained Leon's decisions to the people. Maybe it was what so many others missed. People can accept it much more readily when they know why something happens. Same with the traders she saw coming and going, they themselves vowed to keep the secrets of Avalon, no matter what. There was a kind of fanaticism that was building in Avalon that she noticed while living amongst Leon's people. She couldn't tell where it originated from, but everyone in the city had a certain kind of unity that was no longer present in the imperial cities. Whatever the source was, the air inside Avalon was different. But in a good way. She had never felt so free and happy before, no matter where she was. Brainwashing their people, the typical Vaserout. Those are just legends. Mikan answered, feeling herself being drenched in a cold sweat as she heard the voice of Elysian, her ancestor's faint presence, appearing in her mind out of nowhere. "Oh. So you finally hear me, you bitch." It was a sudden rush of strength that came from nowhere that made Mikan able to hold onto the crate and not drop the medicine right there on the streets. Hurrying back to the temple, throughout the way, she could still hear Elysian's thoughts flood into her consciousness. It was quiet, and if she ran through a more noisy street, she couldn't pick up on it. Yet, whenever she focused inward, she could feel the presence that had eluded her for the past 3+ years. "Try to fight me, you whore, one day, I will be back, and I will take over your body. Then, I will kill that son of a bitch too." "What? Afraid? Then be very afraid, Mikan. You are simply borrowing my body, do you hear me? Do you?" I was in my workshop, where I was doing one of my old hobbies, modeling. Of course, if anyone asked, I was building a scaled-down prototype of my future big project, constructing a mech. This time around, I was making it out of wood, carving it by myself, and putting it together piece by piece. While doing so, it also helped me relax my mind and come up with solutions to the problems my blueprints were having. I tried using the usual mecha-like legs for the first models, but I found it to be pretty much unstable. We need much more sophisticated systems to attempt something like that, so I went with a much bulkier approach, giving them wide tower or elephant-like legs. With a wide enough stance, the 40-centimeter tall model itself was stable enough to stand on its 2 feet and be capable of supporting the rest of its body, even if the weight-reducing formations were turned off. The torso would sit on a base that could rotate 360 degrees, making it possible to whip it around and start walking in the opposite direction without any issues. I didn't want my future machine to be stuck like that monster in the valley. The head would not sit on the top of the torso. Instead, it would be placed lower, giving it a bit of a hunched appearance, but that would also let me install weaponry on its bulky shoulders, and I had in mind to provide it with some dragonfire cannons on top while leaving his hands free to be armed as the mission required it. The head, well, I gave it a knight-like look because the mix of a bit of medieval and modern design is always cool looking. Gyroscopes, I murmured, drawing its fifth plan while eyeing my unpainted model on my desk. It was one of the ideas that occurred to me, and right now, I was trying to come up with one that we would be able to build. Placing them into its massive leg and torso would help the machine keep its balance. I went through a ton of books both in my head and things that the caravans brought back, and neither of them had anything like a gyroscope. So, it would be the first of its kind in this world. Now, how do I dash? Lord Leon. The loud shout and the slamming of my door made me pour ink all over me and the blueprint. I wanted to scold the intruder, but when I looked up and saw the panic-stricken, crying face of Mikan, all my anger evaporated at once. What happened? I asked, grabbing a towel and trying to wipe the black ink off my hands, but my arms stopped moving when I heard her. She is back. I can hear her. I didn't need to ask who she was talking about. I could feel it because the wind coming from the corridor swept her sweet, vanilla scent into the room, something that I had not smelled since we imprisoned Mickey, too, with the bracelet. Relax. I answered, raising a hand but drawing it back before I smeared ink all over her, too. It means that the CC has degraded to a level where it starts to fail within the bracelet. We will call upon Merlin, and we will go and give you a new one which is fully charged with some bestial mana. It should last longer than this one. Please. I don't want her to be back. She sniffed, coming forward and hugging me as she began crying, something that I did not expect, and damn, she was the softest woman I have ever had a chance to hug back. Don't worry, it will be all right. Merlin chuckled, patting Mikan's hands after he arrived at the palace. Only the three of us were in the throne room now as my mom refused to let Sasha accompany us. What if that old witch does something? Well, I had to agree with her question, so she and Luna stayed back, soothing my wife, who now was acting more like a child, throwing tantrums here and there. New designs? I asked, helping him unpack the different bracelets he brought over from the workshop. Some looked surprisingly slick, while others were larger, elegant, and made out of solid gold. Yep. The Forge Master's apprentices practice creating jewelry that is then sent out with the caravans. They sell really well, and we mostly export them to the Etuvians to not raise too much suspicion within the Empire. Of course, these ones are designed with a slot for CC, so these are for local usage. Sooner or later, someone high enough will learn about us. The more we interact with others, the higher the probability is for it to happen. For now, they still look at us as if we were the barbarian assholes of the Empire, but give it a few years, and that will change. Are we prepared for that? Mikan asked with worry in her eyes, and my answer didn't help, even when I said it with a smile. No. We are not. What I am hoping for is the Empire's tendency to wage wars. While a fire rises somewhere on its borders, we will be low on the priority list. I keep paying my tithe, even a bit more than usual, so rumors spreading of our antics could be overlooked and attributed to simple jealousy. What we need, Merlin hummed happily while examining the current bracelet on Mikan's wrist, is a higher-level noble friend or one we can blackmail. Or pay off. Somebody who can smooth it out within the capital city and make bureaucracy work as it is intended, obfuscating our dealings and presence. What have you been making him read, Lord Leon? Mikan asked, turning to me with an accusing look. Don't let his boyish countenance fool you, Merlin is a fully fledged adult in my eyes. The only thing he lacks is a woman's touch. Ugh. Not fair. Don't talk about it like that, Sovereign. It is unfair. Bully. He yelled, turning redder than the setting sun on the horizon's edge. Weren't you approached by some of your students? I continued teasing him, grinning, helping Mikan relax in the meantime. I heard you refuse them all. Are you that picky? I am not interested in having a relationship. Humph. My love is knowledge. What if you need to learn about the body? What then? That can be done too, without taking it to a weird place, my lord. Sometimes, I worry about you. I shrugged, giving up, and continued rubbing his head, which was already a habit of mine. So. How is it, my Prime Minister? Stiff. He answered, using a handheld magnifier. There is visible degradation on the CC's surface, which had some type of freezing effect. If it spreads, the formation would have been destroyed before the CC. Weird. Anyway, no wonder the thoughts of Miss Morningstar are seeping out. It is best to slap on a new bracelet and remove the old one before it deteriorates more and cracks apart. Let's do it quickly. She is not happy. Is she talking to you? Right now? I asked, looking at her, raising an eyebrow, and Merlin listened quietly, just as curious. Yes, she has been swearing that both of you will die a painful and slow death. Oh, how scary. I grinned while my favorite minister snorted like an old man. Let her try. I would easily contain her consciousness in a separate formation before she has a chance to do anything funny. Wait, what? I flinched, looking down at him, nudging his body. Don't stop and look at me like a hamster. Do continue. Oh, I mean, when I am at home and bored, I usually play around the magic formations we have in use and try to upgrade them. First of all, Merlin, how the heck do you have time to feel bored? Second, excuse me, but when I told you to take the weekend seriously and rest, I did not mean to bring more of your work back home. It isn't work, it's fun. He protested, stomping in place and looking wronged while we exchanged incredulous glances with Mikan. I already have an upgraded version that is much more potent. I mean, I memorized it, I just never tested it out because there are no mages here besides us. What does it do? Mikan asked, stealing the words from straight out of my mouth. In theory, the formation should shut down parts of a person's mind, including its emotions, and prevent them from free thoughts. Make them more controllable. I got the idea from the one where it changes how others see us. Hee hee. Oh we. Leoun, WHHHHHYY. He cried out, looking at me with teary eyes because I gently slapped the back of his head, making him almost trip. That sounds like a nefarious and nasty spell, one suitable for the evil villains in your stories. What the hell are you doing in your free time? Geez. So, how confident are you about its effects? Pretty sure. He murmured, sniffling, playing with his fingers, acting like a puppy after being scolded. Around 90%. What are you thinking about, my lord? Mikan questioned, gulping while I crossed my arms, thinking silently for a little. I don't get reincarnation. Nor how it works. What I do know is that there is magic within your body, Mikan. I began my explanation, looking at her and scanning her from top to bottom. I am just not sure if it truly belongs to Mickey, too, or not. She said she woke up in you, your consciousness already formed. Now, who is to say she didn't steal your magic for herself? I always found it suspicious that she didn't talk to you for decades. Why was that? Would you have been able to wrestle the control back over the mana that is rightfully yours if she did so? There is more. Let's entertain the thought that she was honest about it. That the mana is hers, tied to her spirit. The fact, and it was her who mentioned it, that you could tap into it periodically tells me a lot. It also means you could have gained control if she had let you. You are trying to say that I could have been a witch? She asked with a weak and meek voice, her hands trembling as she tried to calm down. Maybe. Maybe not. It is possible that you would be weaker than an ordinary witch if the mana is borrowed from her. We can't say because we don't know. But. We can find it out. Mikan. Yes, Sovereign. She asked, flinching, looking into my eyes. What is she saying now? She has been quiet. See. I grinned, licking my lips. The little bitch knows we are onto something. Her silence is just as good as acknowledging that some of my theory is viable. Are you going to do it now? She whispered, and I could read the fear in her eyes. No. I replied while clicking one of the luxurious-looking gold bracelets on her other hand, slotting a fully charged CC into its place before removing the faulty one. Not yet. Merlin, I want to see your plans. Please work out a prototype formation, and we will begin smoothing it out. Then, when we are ready, and you also want to try it, I continued with a smile and patting Mikan's hand, we can make it so that it will be Mickey, too, who is going to be in big trouble while you get back what should be yours. I miss you. Sasha whispered into my ears, leaning against me after we finished our dinner, constantly being watched by my mom. I feel the same. I answered with a kiss on her head, hugging her, and I could smell the sweetness of her body. But Mom was right, doing it now could be dangerous for the developing embryo. What did she mean by the name of Vesa? She asked, trying not to think about that we, once again, wouldn't sleep together tonight. Instead, we returned to discussing Mikan and her situation, the prime subject of today's dinner. Dunno. I answered before Luna could chime in. It is an old legend. Something that the nobles used to scare the kids in the capital, saying if they are bad, then their hair will turn red, and their eyes will be that of a cat's. They will transform into ugly monsters that will consume them and die a horrible death. How nice. I grunted, looking at my mom, then Sasha, and then at my reflection in my empty plate. Now I get why the Empress told me that I was hideous. Humph. Snorted all the women present at the table, making me feel giddy inside. I will never get used to it, and I am glad, because this feels awesome. So, are these Vesa some mythical, evil creatures? Demons? I asked, clearing my throat. Not exactly. Luna murmured, scratching her head. From what I remember, they were a different empire here. One that was defeated by the first Achillean. Something like that. I remember hearing that they were something bad, like they were eating the firstborn sons of theirs and things. PFT. Okay, sure. I couldn't help but laugh at it as it was a typical smear campaign against those who lost a war. I wasn't shocked, as it meant that the Achillean line had defeated and eradicated the empire predating them. Well, not that it matters, it was 2,000 years ago, and there should be no living survivors anyway. It just sucks that because of that, people like us would be looked weirdly upon, Only in the core regions. Mom added calmly, wiping her mouth, the farther you are from the capital, the less their customs affect you. There were multiple red-haired women and men in my family, dear, and out here, it means nothing. I wonder how our child will look. Sasha exclaimed, sitting up and rubbing her still unchanged belly with a happy smile that told me that even if she felt frustrated, she still willingly followed my mother's draconic laws. Well, most likely, he or she will have red hair. I grinned, tickling her. Of course, there is a chance to be born with beautiful blonde locks. As for eyes, green, blue, a mix, orange. Who knows? We will see in 9 months. We were about to continue when hurried knocks interrupted us, and when Luna opened the door, Oleg stood there, holding an open letter, bringing it to me with long strides, looking like he was skipping. My lord, I am already gathering the troops. What the hell happened? I asked, standing up with a severe look, snatching it away from his hands. Just one glance told me that it was from Yuri, as I would recognize her handwriting anywhere. When I began reading the English words on it, my face became darker and darker. In the previous 3 years, I taught my most trusted officers my old ABC and some important words that would be enough to use as a secret language, encrypting the most critical messages. The statement in this one was simple, short, and made my stomach contract. War. Invasion. Chaos. Trapped. No escape. Mission, failure. What I was most worried about was the no escape part. That made the hair stand on my back. When did it arrive? 5 minutes ago. He answered, taking a look at his pocket watch. We will be ready by the morning. Didn't you design them to be dash? My mom asked, but when I looked at her, she stopped and simply nodded. That is the look of your father. Good, do what you feel is right. With that, she stood up, walking next to Sasha, who had already taken away the letter and read it through multiple times. You will save her, right? She sniffed, her eyes getting watery, something that I think not even Yuri would believe. Of course. I nodded, rubbing her head. She is my wife, isn't she? Go, rest for now. Oleg. Yes, my sovereign. Let's go, we need to gather more information. Send out our fastest birds to Elliot and ask if he knows something or not. Send one to the spies we have in the nearest city to the east. We need to know what is going on. By the time the sun was up, I was also wiser about what had happened because my uncle's message arrived right after we sent out our birds towards his castle. It seems he received the news at the same time as we did. The eastern front appeared to reopen in a way that even involved the southern lands. At first look, it was a joint operation against the Ashilia Empire by an alliance of 4 kingdoms. The Kingdom of Skork, the Grand Duchy of Urgith, the Principality of Sprinland, and the Grand Duch of Bels launched a joint attack and broke through the borders, pushing in more than 100 kilometers. As to how that was possible, we didn't know yet, but it all happened solely in the past week. It wasn't the first time something like this occurred, and it wouldn't be the first time that alliances have been formed to try and reclaim lost territories, but they never could keep them. If not immediately, in a few years, the slow-moving beast that was Ashilia always grounded them down to nothing. If anything, the Empire had the manpower and resources for a prolonged war, but they did not. They must be backed by others, some bigger player or players. I murmured, standing over the map of the region, drawing the front lines up from what we knew and from what my uncle's message detailed. Otherwise, this would be a foolish move. How long can they hold the land? They made great advancement because nobody goes on the offensive in the winter. They can keep the lands they captured until summer or autumn, at best. Oleg agreed, his eyes glued to the map. When snow melts in the spring, the ground becomes muddy, but the armies would move in as soon as summer comes. Even if other empires are backing them, how long can they hold out? They can spare money and resources but not manpower. Lost lives can't be replaced just like that. Do we have any news of mages being deployed? I asked, but none of our letters described the usage of magic. Of course, this meant nothing, but if they appeared, it would suggest that the Empire was about to strike back with its own wizards, escalating things without any care. We need more on-the-ground information. Oleg. Yes, my lord. Go and find me 10 soldiers who can ride out fast and get close to the front lines. Tell them to avoid any conflict. I just want them to try to spread out and send us reports back on how things look. I don't need them to cover the whole borders, I just want this part. My finger pointed at Roria, where Yuri was supposedly stuck, the eastern city, right next to the Kingdom of Skork. By the new map, it was now behind enemy lines. Well, in reality, according to history books, the city was theirs until 170 years ago, when the surrounding territories were slowly chipped away and occupied by Ashilia. I bet that, in their eyes, this was righteous reclamation, and I guess the locals felt the same way. It was the region where Yuri could easily blend in, as her appearance was typical of the people of Skork. It wasn't the first time they caused problems, as her people had always staged little rebellions ever since being gobbled up by the Empire. She should be fine. I murmured, tapping my fingers on my biceps, watching Oleg leave to fulfill my orders, and my attention settled back on the map. She is simply stuck. If she tried to leave, that would be dangerous, and if she stays there and the counteroffensive begins, she could be easily looked at as a collaborator. Knowing how the Empire acts, an ethnic cleansing will commence right after they retake the region. We need to get her out before that. Useless bastards. The Empress's shout echoed throughout the throne room after receiving the news of the hundreds of square kilometers of land suddenly lost on her eastern and southern borders. I want the head of General Ushtek. No excuses. He either comes back and slits his own throat before me or heads out right now and dies a warrior's death on the front line. Nobody dared to look up at their empress, no matter their rank or bloodline connections. 100 people were kneeling with bowed heads, trembling, afraid that it would be their last moment in life if they drew her attention to themselves. What was he doing? Where is justice? It's here, in the capital city. Duke Ellington answered, his old voice trembling, his bald head shining with sweat in the throne room's light, not daring to raise it. Why the fuck is it here and not on the front lines? Catherine asked, and the calmer her voice was, the more afraid the nobles became. It is here to replace its main magic crystals, my empress. It has been in multiple battles in the past decade, and it depleted it ahead of schedule. Wasn't it ordered to return for repairs barely 3 years ago? I know because Marquis Tamalia was begging me to let him come back with the ship and make restorations. Where is he? He died 4 months ago, the Duke answered, gulping. The captain of the Justice is yet to be selected. We couldn't name a successor yet. It happened in an instant. Everyone heard nothing but a soft pop, and those kneeling around Duke Ellington felt warm, iron-smelling liquid land on them, soaking their expensive silk clothes. Not everyone could hold back their cries, some even fainted, but Catherine was unbothered by it. She just sat on her throne, a small, golden magic formation rotating around her index finger, which pointed at the now-dead Duke. Duke Farfel. Why yes, Empress. He answered through sobs and cries, bloodied and feeling chunks of Duke Ellington covering his hair and back as he was kneeling right next to the mangled body that was missing half of its torso. Sit down with the other dukes and name a new captain in 2 days. Take more than the allotted time, and I will execute all of you. No exceptions. The clock is ticking. Aye at WW will be done. Began mobilizing the army. Empress. Some asked, finally daring to raise their heads just so they would bow it back down, seeing that she was standing, sneering at them. Do not question me. I said, raise the armies and begin marching through the snow. Justice will go ahead of them. I want those bastards to be dead before spring. I want the snow to turn red, do you hear me? Yes. The unified answer echoed loudly, but by then, she had already turned around, leaving the throne room. After returning to her room, she began throwing a type of screaming, wild tantrum that was way out of line for someone of her stature and age. Her magical powers remained within her body, but by the end, the room was completely destroyed. The pillows and sheets were ripped apart, and luxurious feathers were fluttering in the air. All the silk curtains were shredded and now lying on the floor, while the golden tapestry was torn from the walls. Worst of all, Catherine looked like a rabid beast, half naked, her clothes ripped off. She was disgusted by it when she met her own eyes in the smashed mirror shards on the opposing wall, so in a hurry, she began combing her hair, searching for clothes that survived the onslaught. After she forced herself to calm down with multiple deep breaths, throwing open the door to her broad balcony and stepping out into the cold, chilly morning wind, she finally managed to regain control. This was hers, not just the palace, the city, the land, everything was rightfully hers. How dare anyone take it away from her? They will pay, all of them will. New news has arrived the previous night, my sovereign. Merlin shouted as she hurried into my office, waving multiple letters in his hand. Let me see. I stood up from behind my table, tearing open the first one. It has already been over a week since we first got the news of what happened, and this came from the soldiers I sent forth. They were still far from where they should be, primarily because there were no more clean stone roads to speed up their progress after leaving my territory. They have been trained well. I nodded, giving the letter to Merlin while I went for the others. So there is a general call to arms in the Empire? Merlin whispered, reading the short report detailing that my men witnessed multiple instances of local nobles conscripting people and hiring mercenaries to go to the eastern and southern borders. There is another big news. I groaned, biting my lips, reading the one coming from my uncle. It says that the Justice, the flying ship, has left the capital and is heading back to the east. He also mentions that Righteous, another warship of the 5 they have, is in the south and already engaged with the invaders. It is rare to wage wars in the winter. Merlin whispered, and I couldn't help but agree. The third report is from the spies we have in the slums, the outer city of the capital. It says that the army is lagging behind and yet to head out. So the warships are there, alone. Well, they should be able to deal with it, no. Then he flinched, shaking his head. Wait, that wouldn't be good either. Yes, it wouldn't. I don't know if a lone flying warship, even if it can do serious damage, is enough to cover a whole front without the support of a proper army. Air superiority is nice, but can one ship achieve that? Damn it, too many unknowns. Although spring is nearing, this winter seems especially cold and long. I don't know how it is down there, but the army will have trouble marching through it. From the reports we managed to gather, there seem to be at least 100,000 soldiers being drafted and sent to the Eastern Front alone. I decided. Why yes. He flinched as I said it so suddenly that he almost dropped the letters. I am going to go out with only 50 soldiers and see if we can slip by, find her, and get back without anyone noticing. What? We are not going to fight but to evacuate. I explained, and I was confident because I had done it twice. Well, 3 times if we count one such time when our group was recovered by another squad. Now, what I need to do is somehow push it down the throats of my wives and mother that I am leaving to lead them. Lord Null, whispered a young female voice belonging to a maid, trying to gently shake a naked man awake, sleeping on an second floor. What is it? He grunted, reaching up and grabbing her breasts, kneading them, making the young girl jump in fright. What? TSK. You act like I didn't finger you last night under the table. Whore. With another grumble, he finally sat up, revealing 4 other unconscious young women around him. Duke Farfel is looking for you, she whispered, looking afraid and deathly pale, but Null remained unbothered. Yeah. Sure. Even though one of the highest-ranking nobles of the Empire was asking for him, Null didn't show any desire to hurry. Instead, he just climbed out of bed and took a long bath before finally loosely dressing up, letting his overly long black hair flow behind him. Half an hour later, he was finally walking down to the main floor. How can you stay in dumps like this? The Duke asked, standing with his guards there while the rest of the establishment was completely emptied out. Yet, he didn't seem annoyed that he was made to wait. Cheap whores are the best. You can get one for every finger, and they cost barely anything. Null answered, yawning, leaning over the counter, taking a bottle away from the bottom shelf, and beginning drinking, which was his favorite morning exercise. You are going to be sent to the east. Yeah. Who says it? He argued at once, but Duke Farfel slammed a golden medallion onto the table, signaling it was the order of the Empress. Fuck, what happened? The Justice was attacked by a destructive spell. The new captain's estimate puts it around an adept-level formation. Luckily, its shield has worked as intended, and it could retreat. You will move faster than the army that is still being prepared. The earliest estimation is that we will get them there right before spring. You will go ahead, get on Justice, and keep the land under supervision. They will have time to dig in. Null complained, wiping his mouth after drinking cheap wine. Shouldn't I just blast them to hell and get it done with? No. It is the orders from the Empress. She wants the Justice to be the bait and harass the enemy. Let them set up a trap for us, gather all their mages at one spot, and then, you can strike. Until then, do not use any spells. Don't let them know that we have you there. Am I to do this alone? We are mobilizing your favorite triplets to move them to the south. They will act flamboyantly, as usual, so the enemy will think we are focusing our attention there first, yet we will strike at the east. Got it, Haoa. Again, why is it me who gets to do the dangerous one? You will act when the army arrives. The Duke continued, ignoring him. After their mages are dealt with, you will have free reign. Wait. He flinched, his black eyes beginning to glow like a monster's. No survivors. Wipe out everyone. Direct the army and lead them forward. We are going to take more than what they reclaimed. You can do it however you like, no restricting rules this time. Now. I am truly hard. He laughed, making the Duke grimace, turning around with disgust because Null wasn't lying, and it showed. Son, this is the most dangerous thing you could have decided on. I know, Mom. I answered calmly, dressed in the thick, black winter attire of our army. I was sitting on a horse at the gate of Avalon with 50 soldiers, including 2 extras, Oleg on my right and Merlin, who was sitting behind me, ready to ride out. Looking at the walls, the rest of the soldiers were standing prepared, keeping their salute staunchly, standing below the flags of my city. He is going to be all right. The one who said it was none other than Sasha, looking at me with a determined gaze. He has to come back home to his child, no. Exactly. I answered in a heartbeat, nodding at her with a small smile hanging on my lips. Surprisingly, it was she who agreed with my idea first. I do know this is something that probably many of my ministers think is a dumb or unnecessary risk that I am taking on, but I don't care. Yuri is my wife, and I won't leave anyone behind who I love. It is not reason or cold calculations deciding what I will do, but what I feel I should do. Whatever I thought of her at first is no longer relevant, not after I took her as my wife. It is as simple as that. You know, I chuckled, looking at my men and the gathered crowd who were here to watch us leave. I think I prefer it this way. Some kings lead from the back, and I'm not too fond of that. If I want to lead others, then in my books, I shall do it from the front. It is in the word's meaning. Men. I shouted, looking over my shoulders, follow me. While riding out, it made me miss that my mom couldn't help but sigh, shake her head, and stare at Sasha. He is like his father. Stubborn like a mule, whenever he led the men out to face the beasts, he did it from the front. You will have many sleepless nights ahead of you, my dear. I can deal with that. Sasha added, holding Luna's hand, who looked more worried than her, watching us leave in silence. Because I trust him. I will pray for his safety, Lady Sasha. Mikan chimed in, holding her hands together. I can feel that all of them will return, with Lady Yuri in tow. This is going to be the first time I go so far. Merlin laughed, holding my waist as we rode along the cleared, stone highway leading southward. We passed multiple young soldiers whose winter training included keeping our roads clean of snow, and the moment we got close, they dropped everything, saluting us until we disappeared from their sight. I am surprised you are not afraid. Why would I be? This is exciting, and you are right, you will need a mage with you, and Lady Sasha is in no condition to follow you. Keep up the positivity, Merlin, because this is going to be a long trip. We only stop to let the horses rest. Prepare your butt because this is going to be a long journey. Sovereign, you are making dirty jokes again. Oh. Are you finally catching on? Did you ultimately grow up? I grew enough. He complained, pouting, I do count as an adult, it is not my fault that my body decided to remain small. Humph. And it doesn't matter because I can play the scared kid if something happens and make it easy to infiltrate places. Geez, I sometimes wonder who you were in your previous life. I answered with a laugh, making him fall into a bit of silence, answering with a shrug after a minute or so. Sometimes I do have weird dreams, Sovereign, they are hazy, and I am in a different place. I don't remember much of it, though, and it goes away after I wake up. I just remember the feeling that it's different. Huh. Now that is a clue. Knowing that reincarnation is a thing, I was now sure that Merlin was similar to me. The only difference was that he didn't remember it as well as I did. Maybe the fact he had magical powers is why he could recall old memories in his dreams. How interesting. He nudged me, and I could feel how anxious he became. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it, Merlin. Sometimes, I have dreams of a life I may have had once, but it is no longer important. This is our life now, so we must focus on the today. Yes, Sovereign. And when will you start calling me Leon? It is the proper protocol, my lord. He protested at once. He did have a tunnel vision for it, as even in school, he has been teaching children the proper etiquette in interacting with me if they ever find themselves in my presence. Sure. Have it your way. There was relative silence and peace on the eastern front since the Achillean forces were defeated in a surprise attack. The winter offensive was a shocking win for the Kingdom of Skork and its backers, while their other three allies were pushing in on the southern borders, biting off another chunk from their hated foe, the Achillea Empire. The local defensive forces were caught completely off guard, and after their leader's death, they began retreating and regrouping, unsure of what to do. What they didn't know was that this move would result in even more officers losing their heads, thanks to the rage of their empress for giving up a large chunk of her country. Finally, the birthplace of our ancestors has returned to our kingdom. We still need to hold on to it, King Yano. Why are you always this negative, General Dato? The old king of the Skorks asked, wearing a confident smile while standing on the balcony of the provincial palace overlooking the intact city of Roria. I am simply cautious. Even with peace between us and the Etuvians, eliminating another threat, holding these territories will be impossible if our plans fail. Don't worry. They have been a thorn in everyone's side for so long that the other powers won't stay out of it. When they smell the blood in the water, they will join. The Achilleans may think they are powerful, but they are not the only ones who have been biding their time and developing. With our new machines, we will be able to bring down their warships. This time, General Dato did not argue with his king. Although they penetrated far beyond their initial plans, reclaiming much of their previously stolen territories, the actual preparations were being made around the city and its 30-kilometer region. Their army of 70,000 soldiers was hard at work, building fortifications and trenches, using the local rivers, hills, and thick forests to create natural choking points. No matter if the enemy tried to use the forest to hide their troops, they would have to emerge from it and cross the flatland before the city approached it if they were hoping to retake the region. The battle would eventually be fought there, and the kingdom of Skork was planning to hold it for years to come. It is time for them wretched Ashilians to learn the word defeat. How's the installations of the weapon? All is going as planned. For now, our deployed mages use the pre-made formations to attack the Justice whenever it shows up. It couldn't break its shield but forced it into retreating. All is within our initial calculations. Good. It took my grandfather to start us on this road, and I will see it through. His weapon, when ready, will bring down their famous ships, and we will use it to decimate their armies. This city will return to be the glorious capital that it once was. Listening to his speech, Dato couldn't help but smile. He felt pride in himself to be the general of this glorious time, standing next to his aging king, making sure his name would be remembered for generations to come. Their people still remembered which side they belonged to the moment the attack happened. Dozens of revolts broke out at once, killing the local nobles and rulers and welcoming their armies with open arms and gates. Outside of the city walls, more than 1,000 tall poles were standing proud as every Ashilian was pulled into a stake or beheaded, put on display for everyone to see. There was no mercy shown, and they were massacred to the last one. Everyone was quickly dealt with if they didn't show enough support to show that they were still proud Skork citizens. Even if the Ashilians raped our women, giving birth to half-breeds, our spirit is unbreakable, my king. Our blood is stronger than an Ashilian's, and they are standing with us. Our army has at least doubled their numbers with their support, and no matter what comes, we will hold the line. Good. See. Being optimistic is not a sin, my proud general. In the darkness of the night, soft, barely audible shuffles were being heard as multiple shadows moved through the city, stopping at one of the more spacious brick homes of a previous, wealthy Ashilian merchant. There was no knock, instead, a scratching noise traveled through the night, like how a cat would want to try and ask to be let in, and it worked. When the door opened slightly, no light came from within, letting the shadows slip in, barely making any noise. The inside was ransacked, furniture broken and thrown to the side, while the walls and floors were black from the dried blood when the family living here were massacred. The hooded figures didn't stop, not until they descended into the cellar, where finally, the light of lanterns shone onto the two thin female silhouettes and the one bulky warrior coming with them. Good to meet you. The honor is mine, answered the soldier, going to one knee because the one who greeted him was Yuri, the wife of his sovereign. What is your name? Payan, my lady. Ah, so you are my penpal. She chuckled as multiple of her female warriors appeared from the shadows, without a noise, relaxing their grip on their crossbows. When the attack happened, Yuri acted instantly, without hesitation. They massacred multiple local nobles and presented their heads to the incoming forces, which made them quickly accepted into the fold and looked upon as local rebel leaders, earning the trust of the Skork army. Especially when they asked them to round up Ashilian nobles, and they did so without batting an eye. Thus, Yuri and her gang were able to blend in without issues, but, in turn, this made it hard to just leave. She didn't expect anything to happen and thought they would have to retreat to the kingdom of Skork, restart another bandit life, and return to their old habits. It was too good to be true, finding a place to live differently. Avalon seemed to be a mirage that finally disappeared. This belief stopped growing within Yuri when, one day, they made contact with Payan. One of their trained pigeons landed amongst them from nowhere, holding onto a secret message, telling them that a group of scouts were hiding in the nearby forest. It took Yuri 2 weeks to finally arrange a night where one of them could be smuggled in while the rest remained in the forest, waiting for Leon to arrive. Is he really coming? Yuri asked, wanting to hear it from Payan's mouth, watching his eyes for lies. When he answered, she subconsciously bit her lips, turning away, hiding the fact that tears appeared in hers. Why is that stupid idiot coming by himself? She whispered, yet she was visibly beaming with newfound energy and happiness. It needs time for the forces of the sovereign to arrive, my lady. Payan continued, too focused on his task to notice anything, but he demanded details of the city, the guards, forces stationed here, traps, the layout of the sewers if there is any. He wants to know whatever we can learn, no matter how insignificant. Of course, he does. Yuri answered, chuckling and turning back around, you are bulky enough. Lady. Payan asked, tilting his head, not understanding why that was brought up. Yes, he was, big, around 200 centimeters tall and muscular, but most of the soldiers were the same. It was part of their harsh training and because they were exclusively being fed monster meat since their training had begun. He was the only one making noise, with that bulky body of his. One of Yuri's soldiers added with a clear annoyance in her voice, making Payan blush. "How are you with pain?" Yuri continued, now making Payan even more unsure of what was happening. "They are building some kind of magical weapon. I could recognize it at first glance, thanks to my hubby's experiments. We are part of the group that is tasked with guarding it and using slaves to assist in building it. We will drag you in and force you to work on it. Meaning, I could sabotage it." "Smart." Yuri grinned, happy with how quickly Payan managed to catch on. "But it won't be easy. I am ready to serve, my lady." "Good. For now, don't do anything rash. We will simply memorize the runes, the circles, the whole thing, draw it up part by part, and send the info back to him when my hubby arrives. Let our master decide how to fuck with them, ahahaha." When the next day came, Yuri dragged Payan over to the construction site, where around 500 enslaved citizens were being worked to dig channels along fixed lines, breaking up the streets of the city and demolishing buildings that were in the way. They had to be precise, and if their work was not to the specified measurements, the slaves were often beaten to death on the spot. Nobody asked a question about where Yuri got him, and because she and her gang were one of the primary supervisors, their plan went on smoothly. Payan's role was simple. While working on the channels, he had to memorize their form, where it began, and where it ended so that later on, they could superimpose it onto the maps they had. "Don't you dare break my favorite plaything." Yuri laughed, warning the other Skork warriors who were already used to her antics, chortling and understanding what she meant by it. In their eyes, Yuri was simply enjoying the payback for what the Ashilians did to her and kept Payan around as a personal pleasure toy. For Payan, the work wasn't that harsh. What was hard was the constant verbal abuse and seeing others, weaker slaves, being whipped to death around him. He endured it, and his mind tried to close out his surroundings, focusing on memorizing every line they were made to dig. This mission was what made him understand why there were so many different classes in his training, where they were studying instead of running around or lifting weights. Almost 2 weeks went by like that before they finally had something tangible. In the hideout of Yuri, a practically completed map was developed through it, and parts of it were copied into a smaller letter and sent out with pigeons every night. "Does this make any sense to you, Lady Yuri?" Payan asked, looking at the sketches and intercrossing lines on a local, older city map. "It is a magic formation, for sure. As to what for, I can't tell. But it has to be a weapon." She pointed to the middle of it, where slaves were dying in accidents almost every second day, assembling an obelisk-like structure from materials provided by the Skork army. "What about these? Future mass graves?" Payan murmured, tracing his fingers around deep holes that were left empty for now, but most of the slaves thought the same when walking past them. "No." Yuri replied at once, shaking her head, "I know enough by now to realize those are for future CC inserts. We already sniffed it out, multiple obelisks are still in their boxes and waiting to be built. You just began with the biggest one in the middle. That is going to be the tallest, while the others are all different in size. From what I saw, all of their tops will have a pretty big CC sitting on them. The Sovereign will know what it means, for sure. I hope so." Throughout our journey, we managed to evade several local nobles' forces. On the surface, we looked like a mercenary group, and if we stopped at some roadside inn or traveling merchants visited our camp, we always told the same story. We were on our way to the east to earn some coin by joining the war. Of course, if someone with authority had stopped us, we would have told them that our small group was sent forth by my uncle and me, hoping to help the Empire's efforts. Would we be laughed at? Most likely. Would they be suspicious of us? I don't think so, not with how they view our regions. My only fear was that they would try to conscript us, and then how was I supposed to infiltrate the city and get my wife back? So, if we could, we avoided bigger cities and only rode through small towns and villages, letting the horses rest when required. I can't lie, I felt a bit nostalgic. It reminded me of how it was when I was starting out in the army. Deep down, I may have missed this unique feeling, the camaraderie, talking with my soldiers, joking around the campfire. It was just like in my old life. They needed a little time to ease up toward me, but after that, I think they finally saw me as another soldier and not as just their ruler. Who I was most surprised by was Merlin. He never complained, and amongst all of us, he had the best stamina. I don't know what's up with him or if it is because of his access to magic, but he only had 3 or 4 hours of sleep and was full of energy once again for the next 16 hours. Hell, he was pushing us on to travel further before making camp every day. I was slowly getting how he could do so many things at once. He barely needed sleep. When we arrived at the forest leading us towards the city of Roria, the weather was beginning to warm up, and I was sure that the snow would start melting very soon. It would turn the whole region into a muddy hell, so the armies of the Empire would have a hard time walking across this region, which also means we would be stuck if we were not careful. As I was thinking about that, we heard a bird's cry as a crow landed on Oleg's shoulder, signaling us the presence of my soldiers. Soon enough, we eventually found the hidden camp of our scouts, and hearing their reports, I could breathe in relief that Yuri was okay and alive within the occupied city. The subsequent days proceeded with me going over all that they learned, including studying the smuggled-out city maps while Merlin was examining the formation, trying to fix its errors and decipher its purpose. "I think I get it, my lord." He came to me when I walked out of my tent one morning, holding a mug with hot coffee in it, trying to wake myself up. "What did you find?" I yawned, listening to his explanations and watching him holding his much more complex drawings than what Payan and Yuri sent back. It was a good idea to bring him along. This is for sure an attacking formation. It has one central focus point and 4 auxiliary projections. By Lady Yuri's description, they are adorned with a skull-sized CC at their top. I also managed to break up the formation because it is made out of 8 zones, each being able to be operated by 1 mage. So we can safely say that they have at least 8 wizards present who will control this formation. Do we know its elemental state? Not really, but my current guess is that it has something to do with light. Could be a laser, I murmured, or some kind of beam weapon. Yuri did describe that when the Justice appeared, there was a blinding light from somewhere in the city, hitting the ship in the air, forcing it to flee. What is a laser? I will tell you when we are back home. So, the kingdom is building a devastating weapon, which also means they are here to hold the city for the long haul. This could be advantageous for us. If the Empire is bogged down with this war for multiple years, they will have less and less time to scrutinize us. So, I will send a letter to Yuri to not sabotage it. Instead, I want more information. I want to know more about the obelisks, the CC on top of them, and how it is built. The best option would be to see what it is capable of. What does that mean, my lord? He asked, looking up at me, tilting his head to the right. That we may stay here for a little bit longer than expected. Inside the city, Yuri was reading Leon's handwritten letter, unable to contain her wide smile and girlish giggling that sometimes escaped her mouth. She had already memorized it, but reading it repeatedly made her feel strangely cheerful. Lady Yuri, are you sure? I could still go on. Payan spoke up, interrupting her thoughts, yet they had already reviewed their plans multiple times in the past few days. Yes. She answered with an annoyed sigh, looking at the bruised and battered face of his. Even though he took multiple beatings while working at the construction site, his eyes were full of vigor, something that irritated multiple Skork warriors who caught it. I told you, the construction is coming to an end, and they will kill off every slave when that happens. We need to get you out of the city before that. But. No buts. Yuri commanded, sitting up straight, making the soldier go to his knee and lowering his head. My apologies, Lady Yuri. It's okay. She shrugged, shaking her head, softening her voice. Tomorrow, it's my group's responsibility to take the corpses out of Roria and bury them before they begin rotting within the city's limits. They need to see your remains, or there will be questions asked about where you have gone, and we want to avoid that. So keep to the script and let out some screams through the night as usual. Their plan was simple. Tomorrow, when they would begin collecting the dead bodies, Payan would be amongst them, carted out with the story that Yuri had finally snapped and killed him because he wasn't bending his knee. Something that was already displayed many times when she beat him down in front of others. Within the rest of the slaves, Yuri and her gang were seen as one of the worst possible people to serve under. We can't save everyone. Yuri continued, and I don't intend to. You read Leon's message, too. He doesn't want to interfere with the kingdom's plans, he wants them to face off against the Empire as long as possible. Then how will you leave? Payan asked, sounding worried for her. That. I don't know yet. But I will let Leon think of something up for that problem. You should focus and clear your mind. Getting you out will be nasty business. I am prepared, my lady. I am the soldier of Avalon, I won't fail the sovereign. Yuri wasn't joking about it, and Payan knew it too. When morning came, he was being carried out on a cart through the city by Yuri and her gang while they picked up the rest of the dead slaves who also had their last night spent in Rarira. When soldiers realized that Payan had died, there were good laughs and jokes all around. Some even kicked the corpse lying on the cart, spitting on the half-covered body. Initially, there were some doubts within Yuri, but seeing that Payan didn't react to it at all made her much more confident. Still, to make sure someone wouldn't come up and stab him for fun, other unfortunate Achillean's remains were quickly thrown onto his body. It was something that would have made many others freak out, but Payan was repeating the same mantra within himself, focusing on his mission only. For Avalon, for the sovereign. The smell outside of the city then became even worse as the bodies displayed on the stakes were in different stages of decomposition. Even if they were lined up a few kilometers from the main gate, the stench washed over everybody when the wind blew in the wrong direction. For Yuri, it should not have been something bizarre, yet, after getting used to Avalon, she couldn't help but feel disturbed as they were dragging the carts along. Passing by the many other deep, freshly dug ditches filled with spikes, still water from the melting sun, and floating corpses made her feel deep disgust rising in her heart. She could see the many watchtowers, soldiers keeping alert, scanning the horizon for the Achillean army, but, more importantly, if the justice would reappear, trying to approach the city. The vast flatland before Roria was now a death field, not just because of the countless corpses but because of the hundreds of traps, ditches, and holes dotting the land. One wrong step and one would land in a pit of spikes. With the melting snow, the landscape had turned into a muddy hellhole, and with every step, it was like someone was trying to drag them down the underworld. Running was out of the question, and even if they had tried to, the soldiers in the watchtowers would have been able to aim their bows and shoot them down before they reached the tree line in the distance. Here! Yuri shouted, heading further away from a tall lookout, straight to where there was a freshly dug mass grave with the fewest remains thrown into it. As they began emptying their carts, Payan's body was the last one to be thrown into it. Wait until it's dark, or you die. Good luck, Payan. She whispered into his ear while stuffing their last report into his rags before they left him there. My lord. Our scout is back. Oleg hurriedly said, coming into my tent. When I walked out, hurrying after him, the scenery made my eyes shrink as the poor guy looked like he was taking a beating every day, not giving his skin a chance to regenerate. Sovereign. He said, going to his knee, but I quickly pulled him up. What happened? Ugh, you smell like you just climbed out of a grave. I added with a smile, watching his mud-covered body. Ah. He flinched, and when he began retelling what had happened, I couldn't help but twitch my mouth. I mentally recorded that Payan must be given extra pay when we got back and forced to rest for a while. I think I will also ask Mikon to speak with him privately. I know that right now, the adrenaline is still working, and he is still feeling numb to all this, but I will have to make sure he can deal with the images within his mind later on. Maybe I should tell Mikon about what little I know of psychology. I saw the dead on the stakes, and I watched from the forest how people were used for digging holes in the hard ground, filling them with spikes, and if someone couldn't take it or fell over, they just left the body there, uncaring. Even my stomach felt that this was a bit too much. Oleg, bring him something strong. I smiled at Payan, patting his arms. Take a bath, my soldier, and then, we will go through what you experienced inside the city in detail. Ah, yes, my sovereign. I almost forgot, here. He mumbled, taking out the thick, rolled-up parchment, and when I opened it, I couldn't help but smile. It was a beautifully complete bundle, with the current layout of the city, patrol routes, and rotation with all the traps they knew about marked on it. After I reached the last one, I couldn't help but chuckle, as there was one short comment left on the bottom of it, with Yuri's handwriting. Hurry up, I want you to fuck me already. I said, go closer. But. Be glad that I am telling you this in person, Marquis Kustov. As the new captain of the Justice, it should be your decision, don't make me ruin your reputation before your men by doing it myself. Kustov wanted to tell off the lazily dressed man sitting opposite his table in the captain's quarters. The way he was resting his legs on his desk, eating an apple, not even showing the minimum courtesy towards his rank was rage-inducing. He felt as if some of his jet-black hair was about to turn gray or he would tear off part of his short beard. This bastardly mage was unbearable. Yet, no matter his thoughts and deep desire to tell him off, he couldn't rebuke him. The man before him, bearing the official name of Imperial Mage Null of the Adept level, was untouchable. Not even the Dukes could do anything about him, as any Adept-level mages or higher-skilled ones were directly under the Empress's rule, only she was allowed to regulate them. Got it. Null continued, taking another juicy bite. You have been looking at me for long enough. I am giving you some friendly advice here. I am being respectful, don't you get it? If I wanted, I could take over the control of the ship and maneuver us where I want it to be. I am allowing you to do it yourself and keep your face intact. You nobles love that shit. Maybe Lord Null missed the report I sent back. Gustav continued, trying to remain calm, but his voice was audibly trembling. Nah, I read it. That is why I am here. With me controlling some of the ship's functions, their spell will not drain the shield so quickly, and we will be able to decimate them. Still, going dash. Just go to the point I marked. Null grunted, throwing the apple cob on his table while munching on the rest loudly and annoyingly. As he continued speaking, his saliva was landing all over Gustav's table. They won't be able to shoot at us from that far away, and we can use the imaginary to take a look. I want to see what is inside the city and what they are up to. Gustav was on the verge of exploding, and maybe Null also felt it because he finally stood up, fixing his clothes. There was nothing more to say, and the Marquis also knew if he didn't do what he said, Null would indeed take over, controlling the ship and forcing it to fly forward. Son of a bitch. He cursed the moment Null left the cabin. This son of a whore dares to order me around. Worthless piece of shit. While grumbling, Gustav took out a cigar, lit it, and walked to his cabin's window, watching the heavy rain as they floated above a dark forest at the occupied territory's border. The army was already on its way, marching slowly throughout the empire. The melting snow and constant rain made the river swell and flood, turning the land into a mud pit. Those nobles who arrived early patrolled the temporary borders, ensuring the enemy did not try to launch attacks or slip past. Meanwhile, in the south, there was already news of bloody battles raging the moment the first troops made contact with the enemy. From what he could tell, the allied countries deployed more than 12 mages, forcing the empire to re-evaluate everything and focus its efforts first and foremost on them. Here, he was stuck with the Justice and one of the most hated mages in the empire, Null, and some forces who would arrive, sometime in the future. He never wanted to become a captain. Now, for the next 10 years at minimum, he would be far away from the capital city, and even if he ever returned, his brother would have taken over the family, essentially stripping him from any chance of being his father's successor. This was the worst outcome possible. This sucks. He sighed, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke before turning away from the window, trying to not think about it. When morning came, the staff received the order from their captain to prepare to move closer to Rorira. On the deck of the ship, he walked behind the control wheel, and by grabbing it, the rings on his fingers lit up at once, reading his thoughts and will. They were no ordinary rings as all of them housed meticulously crafted CC, specifically attuned with the Justice's formations, acting as their master keys, allowing anyone in their possession to control the ship. Of course, being someone magicless, he couldn't do everything alone. While the captain was the one who steered the vessel, making it fly through the air, Gustav had multiple subordinates working together in tandem. For example, his gunners, 32 men in total, controlled the ship's 8 cannons on each side by loading CC into the weapons when they needed to be fired. Then, there were the ship wizards, 12 shipbound basic mages. They were responsible for controlling the shield formations, making sure they operated to the maximum. They were tasked with repairing it or dying, trying to see if anything broke in a battle, and in truth, they were nothing but walking batteries. Gustav still couldn't get used to their presence, their shaved heads, dead eyes, and emotionless voices creeped him out. They were like some kind of undead, wearing a necklace that was nailed into their skin and collarbones, never to be taken off, binding them to the ship until their death. Of course, even more regular men were serving on board the Justice, numbering 120 people, and there was space to house hundreds more if necessary. I am already in the imaginary. Echoed Null's voice in his head, making Gustav shiver, unsure if he could read his mind all the time or if it was a function of the ship. Stop where I told you and keep the ship steady. If you want, you can come down, I will show you how to use this beauty for real. No matter how much he hated him, he was also curious about what he meant by it. Everyone knew that these ships were designed to be captained by mages and not by some low-level ship wizards. Initially, they were made for individuals at the adept level or higher. But, those types of talent were needed in too many things to send them to live on a ship. Something is happening. Yuri murmured, noticing the scrambling around the walls and how multiple soldiers were racing ahead. It didn't take long for her to climb up to one of the nearby houses and see that high in the sky, far away, a small, flying dot was floating in the air. The ship is back. She couldn't help but gulp and look at the giant formation in the middle of the city, then towards the forest where Leon was hiding. Just as big as I remember. I murmured, crouching on a thick tree branch, using my telescope to spy at the ship in the distance, forbidding my soldiers to get out of the cover of the thick tree line. It is my first time seeing it, we should build one, Sovereign. Merlin murmured, sounding greatly awed, making me chuckle. Get me the blueprints, and we will. We already have anti-gravity spells. He continued, already planning something, we just need to get a solution for a proper propulsion and dash. Then it happened. He flinched, and it was as if something had hit him. Not physically, but like when the wind pushes you or brings over something foul that you did not smell before. I don't understand. But something has spread from the ship, no, it did it again. I can feel it. It is magical, Sovereign. I don't know if this is good or not. With unease growing within me, I couldn't help but look back into my telescope, trying to see if the ship would move again or not. It would be unlucky if it decided to fire at us. What are they doing? General Dato asked, noticing his king's change in expression as they watched from the palace's balcony, holding their own exquisite telescopes. It is releasing some kind of magical pulse. It isn't harmful, but I never felt it before. They may be trying to establish long-range communication with another ship. Make the army ready, we may be attacked soon. I am going to mend the formation with the rest of the mages. If it comes just 200 meters closer, we can fire at it. Inside the flying ship's belly, there was a room called the Imaginary. It was a sealed-off, spherical room with a magic formation on its floor and a skull-sized CC suspended in midair. When Gustav arrived, Null was already inside, clearly waiting for him. I know you use this device to snap images of the target. Null began, not looking at him, instead raising a hand, and Gustav watched as the CC pulsed in a blue light, and on the opposite wall, the clear, still image of the occupied city appeared. It was closer than if you would look towards it with the naked eye. Even if you used a telescope, the image would not be this clear or this big. So, this is the amateur way. Let me show you what it can do when used properly. With that, Null began chanting under his breath, and 4 other, previously invisible formations lit up on the walls while the CC had already started rotating faster and faster. What Gustav couldn't feel was that the formations were sending out sonar-like waves of magic, capturing the landscape around them and turning it into an image. A moment later, the whole room was transformed as the walls, floor, and ceiling disappeared, and instead, they were standing in the air, awing the Marquis. Now, let us zoom in. Null laughed, pointing at the city, and with a pinch and moving his fingers apart, the image changed as they appeared only 300 meters from the city. What is this? Gustav gawked, feeling as if his stomach had dropped, his mind trying to cope with the fact that the world around him had suddenly changed. This is the Imaginary. And if you pay attention. Null smiled, pointing at the image of the city, while a formation appeared around his wrist, changing its few runes as bright points lit up before them. What are those? Mages. All of the magic-capable individuals in the city. More than that, watch. With another pinch and hand movements, the image went even closer, and they were now above the city, looking down at it. Focusing, Gustav could see the thousands of people within, looking like ants. As Null's formation changed again, the image turned monochrome while the people below began glowing as red dots. These are the humans within the city. As you can see, he exploited the city's sewer system. Well, no wonder they built it and owned it, there ought to be secrets we couldn't discover. Not that we bothered about it, ahaha. What they were seeing was that most of the occupying army was housed underground, spread out the city in some kind of catacomb. How deep are they? I can't tell. But by the magic reaction, I am sure, even if we raise the city with justice, they would lose only a minimum number of their soldiers. What I am more interested in is this. He changed it back to color and zoomed in on the obelisk within the city. I have never seen something like this before, but I can tell that this is a formation. As for what? Good question. It has to be what they used to attack us. Only one is there. I can only find one, and by the looks of it, the mages are concentrated around it. He added that when he recalled the dots, they were going to surround it, changing places on the image every 5 seconds when it refreshed. Oh. What is this? What? Gustav asked, flinching and watching as the image zoomed out. Now, they were looking at the nearby forest where around 50 people were hiding, and one of them was glowing in the same, much brighter color, just like the wizards within the city. A mage, and some soldiers, probably a spotter. Null whispered, nodding to himself. What? When I do long-range spells, where I can't see the target, I also have spotters sent out and working with me. Mage subordinates who find me my target and use magic to place a mark on it. Then, I don't need to see them to cast a spell. They are smart. I guess he is the one communicating with the others in the city about how to aim their weapon. This is interesting. We can't get closer. The Marquis mumbled, scratching his chin. We are out of their range, but so are they. If we fly in, they will be able to shoot at us. For now, we will retreat. Null hummed, smiling in an excellent mood. Don't let them know we found their hidden mage. We will fall back to prepare and collect some troops on board instead. Then, when we come back, we blast their spotter, and when their weapon loses its aim, we can skirt around the city and drop them in. I don't need them to survive, we just need them to cause chaos and destruction. You really are the herald of death. Gustav grimaced, recalling Null's unofficial title, while the sleazy-looking wizard simply licked his lips. You'll see. The more dead people are around us, the stronger I will be. Let them massacre the civilians, too. I need bodies, blood, and agony. Then, they will realize what a mistake they made. Are you sure about this, Merlin? I asked as we were having a meeting in my tent, and he repeated everything he had discovered within the past 24 hours. 100%, my sovereign. Although he was standing on a box to be leveled with us in the tall table, nobody looked at him as a kid at that moment. I was analyzing those magical pulses, thinking what they could have been. Then, it suddenly made sense. I could feel my mana replicated and align with its function. With a clap, a small formation appeared behind his back, and although I didn't feel it, I was sure those same waves were going out from his body. Even without him saying it, I came to the same conclusion. They were using a magical radar of some sort. I am fairly certain, my lord, that we are dealing with some kind of scouting spell. When I use it, I can pinpoint anybody in the camp and know with every pulse where they are, even if they are moving. So we were discovered. I grunted, biting my lips, and truly happy that I had brought this little genius with me. We will need to change camp and relocate. My version of the spell is only working on a very short distance as I am yet to perfect it, but going by how their version was, I am sure their range is way above what we can imagine. Even if we change locations, they will have to simply run it again to come and find us. Can we counter it? Any ideas? Oleg asked, watching Merlin think, but he was visibly flustered and unsure. I am still not certain how it works. I just let my magic attune itself to the pulse I was feeling and replicated it. It is probably like radar. I answered my general's question, condensing what I knew from Merlin before he could raise a hand. Think of it as something that sends out magical waves, which travel through the air until they encounter an object. These ripples bounce back to the radar receiver when they hit a target. In this case, this receiver is you, Merlin. By measuring the time it takes for the waves to return and analyzing the changes in their frequency and phase, radars can determine the object's distance, speed, and direction. This is the main idea behind it, and if you are right about it, their version has to work by following the same principle. I see. Then if... There it was, his brain was already in overdrive, implementing what I had just told him. Sorry. He stopped, looking up at me with a dejected expression. I know too little about how it really works, what type of different spells make it up. I can't think of anything yet. I would have thought you were Wyland, the god of magic himself, if you did. I added with a laugh, making him blush while the others in the tent also let out low chuckles. It is enough that we know what we do. Otherwise, we would be sitting ducks. We will have to break up the camp. Are we going to spread out? Oleg asked, making me nod. We will make it so that we will be a challenging target. Would they waste shooting at single individuals or target the city instead? But that is not all, we must get into the city as soon as possible and begin extracting our people before the ship returns. They came, mapped their target, and retreated to gather their forces. Whatever they thought up, I don't want to be here when it happens. About that. Oleg groaned, rubbing his head, and I knew exactly why. I don't like the plan, my lord. I know, but you will come with me anyway, so it is too late to argue. Not that you can. I am your sovereign, after all. I answered with a grin. Getting in was not the hard part, instead, it was getting back out. So we needed a diversion. Luckily, we didn't come empty-handed. We had 2 smaller, hand-cannon versions of the Dragon Fire with us. These were less capable than the ones we used to kill the behemoth, but they would still be helpful. The only downside is that after 1 or 2 shots, these would deform, no matter what, and become useless. Besides those, we brought a handful of mines along, which I was most keen on using. My plan was straightforward: get in, place the mines down at the other end of the city, and when they go off, drawing the guards' attention, we can slip away. Theoretically speaking. We are going to be swift. I continued, looking at everyone present. We will retreat at once. If we are followed, use the Dragon Fire to blast our pursuers as we fall back. I don't understand why you need to sneak into the city with us for that, my lord. Oleg protested, trying to make me change my mind about it. You sound like my mother. Because I want to go. Simple as that. Enough. Let's discuss our positions and how to spread out. When the firecrackers go off. I continued explaining where we were expected to regroup after escaping. Of course, hoping everything would go as planned would have been a lot to ask, and life likes to throw curveballs at us. At first, everything went smoothly. The weather was on our side because the night was dark, and the heavy rain obstructed most noises and our figures moving around. We followed Yuri's notes, arriving at the walls at the exact moment when her girls were there to patrol. Getting in was indeed easy with the throwing ropes down and helping us scale the walls. Didn't expect to see you here. Yuri grinned when we finally met in the cellar of her hideout, and before I could answer, she was already on me, hand in my pants while kissing me passionately. Later. I groaned, finally managing to push her off of me. Trust me, I am just as glad, but we have little time to gather everything and leave. Merlin nodded, looking at us with a flushed face, standing beside Oleg. I know. Yuri answered with a shrug, looking at Oleg, who was already opening his backpack and handing out the stone tablets with the explosive formations on them. I assume this is why the pipsqueak is here. Yes. He nodded, pouting after being called that. These people are not monsters, so they won't trigger the formation simply by their presence. I already modified them so they have a timing spell engraved into them. Here are the charged CCs. It's best to get moving after you slot them into the hole in the middle. All of them are set to go live and explode around 15 minutes after you put it in. You heard him. We will have to get moving after the first one goes off, and in the confusion, we slip away. I added, handing out the pebble-sized CC to everyone as we were ready to head out and stealthily place them on the other side of the city. I can't lie, I felt excited and happy. Was it something from my previous life? A little bit of adrenaline addiction rearing its ugly head. Possibly. I didn't know I was missing this, but hell. I was. Yet, before I could open my mouth again, a loud, deep call reverberated all around us, followed by sounds of loud explosions. Weird. Null murmured, standing in the imaginary, his words echoing within Gustav's mind just the same. The group in the forest has changed. They are fewer in number, and there is no longer a mage with them. I guess they realized the feeling was coming from us. They are not brain dead after all. Gustav wanted to say many things, including that this was Null's fault, but he would have refused to acknowledge it anyway. No matter. The gods are on our side as the weather masks our arrival. We will fly in and drop the soldiers while blasting our cannons like the symphony of slaughter, ahaha. Let death rain from the skies. Those on board were picked up from the noble armies at the new border and were told that their mission would be simple. They were about to be dropped in to attack the strange weapon in the middle of the city before the Justice could pick them back up. On paper, this was a critical mission, and while they worked to sabotage the enemy, the ship would be above them, bombarding the enemy troops and providing its full support. Of course, this was nothing but a lie. Null and Gustav never intended to stay for long. They simply wanted to cause wanton destruction and kill as many as possible before the ship's shields failed, forcing them to retreat. As for why, Null would not say, but Gustav knew enough. He heard the stories from the high-ranking nobles and how one of the Empire's mages was so hideous that nobody wanted to work with him. The reason? He could raise and control the dead while finding pleasure in the suffering of others. At least the gods are looking out for us, Gustav whispered, standing on the deck, holding the control wheel while wild winds were blowing and cold rain splashing against his thick jacket. They were going fast and already past their previous position, using the storm as a cover. It was at that time when Gustav audibly cursed as the ship's warhorn began blasting at full force, accompanied by the roars of its cannons in the front, firing at full force without his orders. He knew full well it was Null's doing which endangered the ship and made the landing of the soldiers even harder. We were watching from the streets when the second salvo occurred. The western walls were blasted apart, and multiple houses caught on fire at once while from the sky, soldiers began falling down, a flicker of blue magic circle flashing before they landed, slowing their fall at the last moment. It was the first time I witnessed this world's paratroopers, and I was surprised at how they utilized the anti-gravity spells. I was suddenly thinking about how they did it. Was it an artifact, or was the spell operated by the ship? Probably the latter, HM. What now? Oleg asked, placing his hand on my shoulders, making me jolt. Well, that's it for our distraction. Now, we will use the mines to cover our retreat instead. Let's head to the walls and slip away while this nonsense continues. Nobody argued against it, and our group began heading towards the same wall we had come in, closest to the forest. Of course, thanks to the chaos, we ran into a group of Skork warriors, and I didn't need to give any orders. Oleg and Yuri worked together as a team as my soldiers simply bodied the enemy. It was that moment when I finally noticed the physical difference between my men and the kingdom's bastards. Oleg and the rest were all 200 centimeters tall at a minimum, paired with a bulky body, which I was already used to. What I forgot was that it was not the norm as the enemy warriors were around my height, between 180 and 190 centimeters or so, and they were half the size and their weight. I watched as one of my men simply grabbed and threw a guy in chainmail armor to the ground before bashing his head in with a warhammer. Damn. It was an especially stark contrast watching them when they worked with Yuri's gang, who were thin, petite women dancing in the tight spaces between houses, slitting throats and joints like some kind of ballerina of death. You good? I asked, looking at Merlin, who was standing beside me while a few other soldiers were guarding the rear. Yes. He answered, furrowing his brows, I feel as if this is not something new. I can't tell. So his previous life did include some battles, huh? No wonder he was this unfazed about all that was happening around us. Well, that didn't last long because Merlin snapped his head toward the city center just as we had dispatched the group we ran into. I instinctively followed his gaze and managed to capture half of a golden magic circle appearing in the sky before I had to avert my eyes, or it would have blinded me. Without a sound or a shockwave, a beam of light burst out from the top of the obelisk, built by the enslaved people, and it went straight towards the Justice, flying above us, constantly bombarding the city. When it hit, purple energy shields appeared around the ship, like a cocoon, absorbing the bright energy but not without a consequence. We watched while Roria, in its entirety, was illuminated like it was midday, and the ship in the sky was being lifted upwards and rocked heavily, just as if it hit a giant wave in the ocean. When the glow died down, the shields were still holding, but the ship itself was rocking back and forth, trying to stabilize itself, its cannons going silent. Did you catch it? I gulped, asking Merlin who was holding his chest. Not much, my lord. My magic almost resonated with it. I almost lost control. He exclaimed, looking pale and troubled, fighting with everything he had to hold back his powers. When they fire again, let it loose. I had a sudden idea. In the belly of the Justice, Null was thrown against the wall while the visions within the imaginary were constantly flickering in and out of existence. It took him great effort to finally stand back up and find his footing, forcing the magic to stabilize and clear up the images so he could see what was happening. Sadly, he could no longer feel the cannons, so it was up to the crew to manually aim them and begin firing again. What is that thing? He gasped for air, feeling that multiple ship wizards were already cut from the ship's magic system, probably dead. Their shields may be able to withstand another blast, but not a third. That weapon had to be destroyed right now. I wanted to wait for more destruction, but they truly made something nasty. With visible anger in his eyes, he pulled out a wand with a crooked, thorn-shaped CC on the top while holding its leather-bound bottom. His face slowly smoothed out when he began chanting, becoming emotionless and indifferent to their plight. The ship's rocking and the noises of wind, rain, and destruction gradually receded from Null's senses, leaving behind nothing, yet his words never faltered. They only got faster and louder as the seconds passed, while a green formation began manifesting behind him. It was filled with hundreds of tiny runes, placed in multiple circles, rotating in different directions, forming an array that would make anyone dizzy looking at it. When his words stopped, his eyes snapped open and were glowing in green light as if he had become a different entity. After its final spin, the formation behind him stopped rotating, disappearing in a flash. It wasn't truly gone, but instead, it reappeared below the ship, growing in size and shooting down multiple jets of similarly colored light, aiming them at all those dead people down below. No matter if it were soldiers killed in the currently raging battle or dead slaves, for the spell, it wasn't crucial whether they were from Ashilia or Skork. The only thing that Nalswell cared about was that they were dead. He was raising them back up and using them as puppets, giving them one order: flood the weapon and bring it down, no matter what. Watch out! I shouted, wielding my sword, blocking a sudden attack behind one of Yuri's girls when one of the dead warriors stood up and began attacking. What the fuck? It wasn't just him. Just as we were about to move on, all the dead around us began climbing back up. It was horrifying to watch, and I knew this had to do something with the new formation appearing below the ship. I never expected necromancy to be something that I would meet, damn it. What are these abominations? Oleg roared as he cut a man in half and watched as its legs were still walking, spraying blood everywhere, beginning to run away while the rest of its torso was wriggling towards him. I don't know, but move. I shouted, arming one of the mines, sticking it into one of the bodies as we hurriedly tried to escape this hellhole. As we made a run for it, we constantly dropped the mines, armed and counting, not wanting the dead to follow us. But they were not just behind us but everywhere. Soldiers, civilians, and bodies were getting back up from the dead everywhere, and we literally had to cut them apart to hinder them in any way. I watched as a burning woman was walking towards the city center as if everything was normal and her skin wasn't flaking off with every step. What the hell was this spell? Keep the ship lower. If you go too high, I will lose control of my minions. Null shouted, his words echoing in Gustav's mind as he was controlling the Justice to rise upwards. I have to. The navigation formation took a hit. The ship wizards are already working on fixing it, but we have trouble turning. The shields will hold, keep the ship steady. I am already controlling the dead to attack their weapon, they should be able to bring it down soon. That thing can't stay up, or even if we got our army here, it would be stuck in a stalemate. That was something Gustav couldn't argue against. The blast from that weapon was much stronger than before, but it also seemed they could not use it frequently. Still, if they aimed it at the army coming to siege, it would result in thousands dying. My king, the auxiliary crystals have been changed, we are ready to fire. Reported Dato while his king was standing on a podium, holding a staff just as tall as he was with a skull-sized CC embedded into its top. Keep the monsters away, don't let them interrupt our chanting. King Yano III ordered, beginning to focus while 8 other wizards were doing the same, surrounding the finished obelisk, working together to call forth the same spell. Dato didn't need to be ordered as his soldiers were pouring out from below, engaging in fights, cutting down the dead who began walking again. What was worse was that by now, there were reports that the mass graves outside of the city were also disturbed, and a horde of rotting abominations was attacking the walls, resulting in complete chaos. To send the herald of death. Those Achillean bastards. Dorian cursed, realizing who was on the ship. He never met the men before, but he knew about him, the monster who had appeared on multiple battlefields in the past 40 years, raising the fallen on both sides, resulting in wanton destruction and massacre, leaving behind no survivors. Don't let anything come through. You will stand your ground, whatever is coming, you hear. He yelled, shouting over the pouring rain as his most elite men guarded the streets and entrances, holding back the undead trying to get to his king. When the spell was finally completed, he looked back, watching the golden formation rotate above them, expecting the blinding flash and the destruction of the Achillean warship, but something different happened. A second circle materialized out of nowhere, surprising him and his king, who didn't understand what was happening. Are the gods helping us? King Yano whispered, because even though that was not his doing, he knew, whoever was intervening was doubling the output of their weapon. Merlin. I shouted as we were up on the walls, half of our men already on their way down on the other end, when he grunted, almost collapsing. I quickly learned why as the blinding formation appeared in the distance once again, and this time, even if he wanted, he couldn't really keep his own powers in check. Holding him up, I heard him whisper, chanting especially fast. I watched as a second formation materialized, and the moment Merlin's lips stopped moving, he fainted, while a violent flash made us all turn away, trying to shield our vision. There was a loud crack and explosion this time, not from the spell but from the justice. When the white, flashbang-like light finally receded, I looked up, squinting, watching the shields around the ship being torn apart. The massive vessel was hundreds of meters in the air, spinning and whirling uncontrollably, being pushed away. At the same time, its shields tried to hold out but eventually flickered off, letting the attack connect. Holy fuck! I gulped as I watched the giant war machine soar through the air, burning, and finally crash land amongst the trees in the distance, followed by another explosion. There was no time to ogle, so with Merlin on my shoulders, I hurriedly descended down, hearing the mines we had left behind go off, causing more explosions and destruction, covering our tracks. Trekking through the land was exhausting because the mud was like quicksand, draining our energy, but adrenaline is a hell of a drug, helping us push forward. Sovereign. The rest of our soldiers shouted after we reached the tree-line. I'm fine. Oleg. Yes, my lord. He hurried over, taking Merlin off me, looking at him nervously. His breathing is unstable, but he has a fever and is completely out. Carry him carefully. Yes. He saluted, quickly holding his body with one arm. What should we do next? Yuri asked, hastily collecting her breath. It was the first time I saw her look tired. We move on. But some of you will come with me. I will take a little detour, I added while pointing at one of my men with the dragon fire to follow us. I want to see where that ship landed. It is along the route of our retreat. When the second spell hit the Justice, it immediately killed more than half of the remaining ship wizards, frying multiple magic systems and the poor wizard slaves' brains through their connections. Those who remained alive managed to keep the shields up for long enough that they wouldn't be instantly destroyed. In the end, it was still futile as when they also perished, the shields broke apart, and the beam of energy ripped through the Justice like it was made out of paper. Dozens of crew members were incinerated at once while the ship was flung away from the raw force behind the spell. By the time Null managed to regain his senses, breaking his concentration on his spell, they were spinning uncontrollably, crashing into the dark forest. He wanted to curse and shout, but the impact launched him into the air, slamming his head against the ceiling and knocking him out cold as the imaginary crumpled up like a paper ball. My king! Dato shouted while many others also watched the flying ship, one of the most terrifying weapons of the Empire, burn and fall from the sky. The moment it happened, the undead stopped moving, collapsing back to the ground, finally giving them enough respite to catch their breath. Ha 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 ha. Laughed King Yano, letting loose of the frustration he and many of his people felt. His grandfather began this plan by envisioning this device, and it was he who finally completed it and managed to use it. More than that, it killed the ship that had terrorized the land for centuries upon centuries. Ishilia is not unbeatable. We defend our city, and we will hold it against them. His words were followed by all the soldiers around them roaring, and even though their king felt tired and his energy sapped from him, he couldn't help but feel incredibly proud. Prepare a group that will head out and check the wreckage. Bring back anything that seems valuable, especially the CC that controlled it. With that, we will be able to do so much more. It wasn't hard to find the wreckage as the fire was visible from far away. I approached it with Yuri and a dozen soldiers following us, and the scenery was devastating. Trees were twisted and torn out from their place, set ablaze even in the heavy rain, while mutilated bodies were littering the ground, wherever you looked. Some were still alive, groaning and writhing in pain, dying slowly, so I ordered the others to give them a quick death. Watching the ship, it broke into multiple parts, wrecked beyond recognition. My goal was simple: I wanted to find and bring the primary controlling CC away. While searching for it, trying to get close to the burning wreck, I almost had a heart attack as one of the bodies suddenly came to life, grabbing towards me, groaning. "Fuck!" I cried out, jumping back, and Yuri was already by me, ready to strike, but before she could stab at the half-conscious man, her hand trembled, stopping in midair. "Yuri. What is it?" "It's him." "Who?" I whispered, looking at the men before noticing a broken staff beside him. The necklace he was wearing also had a small CC embedded into it, which was enough clues to guess. "A mage," I whispered, taking it off him for good measure. Not that he was in any shape to resist. "You bastard." He groaned, trying to stop me, but his legs were mangled, and his abdomen was pierced by a sharp, wooden stake. "Without help, he will die soon enough. Do you remember when I told you as a kid I ran into a mage who blew my friend up?" Yuri murmured, her voice surprisingly low. "Was it him?" I asked, astounded, standing over the dying wizard. What a small world. I won't forget his eyes. "Yes. It is him." "Well. Someone would call this a coincidence. Or karma. Do what you want." I whispered, kissing her cheek before turning away. I no longer cared about the men and continued trying to find the main engine room instead. I only took a few steps when I heard a grunt and a squelching sound, followed by gurgles and something being cut off. I didn't need to turn around to know someone was being beheaded right now. "Where are you?" "Help." "What the fuck?" I sighed, hearing another moan as a second hand grabbed my ankle a few meters away. This time, I wasn't scared, and after I lifted the wooden planks, I saw another man lying there. This one also looked horrible. One of his legs was twisted in the wrong direction, and who knows what kind of internal injuries he had suffered. Another mercy kill. I shrugged, going for my sword, and when he heard me, he began pleading. "I am a Marquis. I have connect tie-ins. Help. Please." It was clear that speaking was already difficult for him, but what he said gave me an idea, making me hesitate. "Want me to do it?" asked Yuri, who appeared next to me, her hands bloody, but her expression was in stark contrast, showing an otherworldly serenity. "No. I got a sudden idea. We will bring him with us." "Really? He looks half dead." "As I said, my dear wife. I had a sudden idea." "Sovereign," shouted another soldier of mine, "I think we found what you are looking for, but. I turned towards him and watched as he pointed toward where the fire was the strongest. "It's in there, huh? TSK. If Sasha would be here, that wouldn't be a problem." "Ha, too bad." I couldn't wait for the fire to die down. I was sure that the kingdom would come out and search the wreckage soon enough. We had to leave. This one was a no-go, and I won't risk being caught by anyone, even if the prize is enticing. I will have other opportunities in the future. I am sure of it. Let's go. We leave, it is a long way back home. I shouted, whistling to give a signal to my soldiers searching the wreckages. I will have to do with our Marquis here. I hope when Merlin wakes up, he will feel fine because I will need him for what I have in mind. It took us 2 days to get out of the occupied territory and camp in the part of the forest that was still under Achillean rule. Merlin was finally conscious once again, and luckily, he looked to be all right, pushing down the fever by the start of the second day. The same thing I couldn't say about our Marquis, who wasn't in any shape to talk. Or be aware. We did fix up his injuries to our best effort, but he was going in and out of consciousness. Just leave him. I still don't know why you brought him along. Yuri sighed, lying next to me naked in my tent, hugging me, being really tame after she was finally satisfied with everything she wanted. I still don't know where she gathered the energy for it because we were marching without stopping, and everyone was covered in mud from head to toe. It was the first time we finally stopped to camp and rest, and I don't think there was even one soldier who would have thought about doing an extra exercise with someone, yet here I am, playing along. That would be a waste. I sighed, playing with her hair while listening to the wind outside. Merlin mentioned something back home about blackmailing someone who is high up in the nobles' rankings. This is a perfect opportunity. Are you going to trust a noble of the empire? She grimaced, but I shook my head, making her look confused. No. I want to use a mind-altering spell on him. See if it works. That is what I am more interested in. I wouldn't trust him, no chance. But I would love to make him an agent who doesn't know he is spying for me. Oh, evil. I like it. You are making me wet again. Please. I'm battered. After 2 days of marching in muddy forests, then satisfying you. Everything hurts. Foo, okay. I was joking, big crybaby. She laughed, kissing me, but I was surprised you went with it. You were pent up, huh? What? Had a fight with Sasha? Or Luna? Both. Oh, yeah, you don't know. I exclaimed, grinning. Sasha is pregnant. So yeah, we stopped doing it, and my mother is supervising her. Oh. That's great. Ahahaha, now I get it. Ah. I can't wait to tease her. I guessed as much. Ha, be nice to her, she is already frustrated enough. No worries, I will suck you off before her. I mean, I won't. Yes. That's what I wanted to say. Sure. I answered with a shrug and a yawn, letting myself relax and rest a little. This time, I slept like someone who was knocked out, waking up way into the following morning. Yuri was still asleep when I slipped out from next to her. I let her rest more while I walked out of my tent, looking around at my soldiers, who were up, ready, and preparing to continue our travel. But before that, I had to do something else. How are you feeling? I asked, walking into Merlin's tent, who was already up by that time, in the middle of thinking about something, sitting cross-legged. Ah. Sovereign. I'm feeling good. I never slept for so long before. You didn't sleep, a backlash knocked you out. I argued, crouching down and checking his temperature, but he did look wholly recovered. Yeah, that was a weird feeling. It was as if my mana was thinking on its own. While sleeping, I had vivid dreams, too. I was a super-duper, big mage, doing awesome spells by myself and studying magic, learning all kinds of stuff. It was super exciting. I am still trying to remember what spells I used, but I can't. You even work in your dreams, huh? You are something else, Merlin. I chuckled, rubbing his head, but deep inside, I thought he most likely had some memories coming to the surface from his previous life. After meeting Mickey, too, I knew some people here dabbled in reincarnating and trying to live forever. Maybe my appearance here is also a byproduct of such an experiment, who knows? But Merlin here, unlike Mickey, too, had a different outcome. I was sure he didn't remember his previous life consciously but subconsciously. Will he ever recover his old memories? Would that turn him into somebody different? I hope not. I was also thinking about what if his powers are going out of control sometimes because he has a much deeper understanding than he realizes, he just hasn't relearned it yet and can't control it well enough. But that could be wrong, and I cannot confirm it. If you really feel all right, then I do have something I need you for. What is it? He asked, standing up, bouncing a little, showing me that he was indeed over the previous 2 days' week periods. We have a guest, he is in bad shape, so I don't know if he is going to make it or not. But I want to try and use our little mind-altering spell on him and test out its effects. Oh. I wanted to ask if we ever got another bunch of baddies like the saboteurs to let me try it on them. Great. I memorized the spell and can cast it with what we brought along. Are you sure it won't backfire? Are you really feeling good enough to try it? Don't worry, my lord, it will be fine. Okay. I believe you, Merlin, let's do it. When he first mentioned his little invention, I got curious. Later on, I had a talk with him, and the spell was something really nefarious. In theory, it could place an individual under complete control. The worst version would turn it into an automaton, acknowledging our orders without question or thinking for its own, even if the order would end up harming them. So, there was another attempt to refine it because I told Merlin to try to tone it down. It had to be subtle, or it would be easily discovered. Only a day later, he came up with an altered version where our orders would be implemented subliminally into the target's mind. It would still do what we told him, but he would think it was his own idea. So, he made it even more nefarious. I honestly worry about what kind of guy he was in his previous life. This is some CIA-level shenanigan. Well, I won't lie, it did sound useful, and it was time to test it out. It's my own MK Ultra, but it's better. And working. Visiting the Marquis, he was not in any better shape, suffering from a fever and breathing laboriously. Maybe this was why the moment Merlin focused, and the first runes appeared around his wrist, the man's eyes opened up. His eyes were glazy, and he didn't look like he was aware of what was happening, but the more runes appeared, the more stable his condition became. When Merlin stopped the incantation, there was a pinkish magic circle flashing around his wrist, in sync with what I guessed was our guest's heartbeat. Merlin kept aiming his open palm towards the Marquis, nodding at me to start speaking. "Who are you? Tell me the truth," I said, testing whether the spell was active or not, working as Merlin intended. "Marquis Garbank Kustov. Firstborn of the family, supposed next head of the Kustov family. But, right now, I'm the captain of justice, not really the Marquis." So he was really some high-ranking noble. Great. How powerful is your family? The Kustovs control a good amount of prestige within the capital, and we have our own region, overseeing multiple mining operations of precious metals for Empire. We have long since been working to rise to the level of Duke. I should have been the one achieving it, now, it will be my damned greedy younger brother, the bastard. I am sure he was the one behind making me into the captain. I never wanted this role. Although his voice was weak and emotionless, I could still feel his annoyance. Here is the thing, my dear Marquis. We will try to get you back to the capital. In turn, we want you to make it so that you write monthly reports to us about everything you hear and learn. I want you to welcome our traders, send the information back to us via them, and do all this covertly. Never forget, the Empire is not your friend and never will be, but we are. The frontier, Avalon, is your ally. Your only ally. We saved you while the Empire doomed you. You are bound to protect us. If anyone asks, the gods saved you. Never reveal our involvement in anything. I don't know how successful it was when I watched the formation dissipate from around Merlin's wrist, making him wipe his forehead. Kustov's body did go limp, and his eyes closed, but watching his chest move up and down, we knew he did not die. As for what to do next, well, I planned on leaving him somewhere, in a delirious state, where I knew others would find him very quickly. Stop. I said, stop, you madwoman. It was the first time Catherine, the Empress of Envy, ever heard her ancestor shout with such a domineering voice. Pascal's words echoed within the bloodied, gory throne room while behind his back, an ominous, black formation was rotating, forcing Catherine's powers to simply turn off and dissipate. You dash. She flared up, but then an imperceptible force pushed her onto the throne, and she felt as if an invisible hand was choking her, stopping her from speaking. Shut up. What have you done? Pascal sneered, looking around the dozen mutilated, dead bodies lying on the floor. Some were cut in half, missing a head, or turned into a charcoal mummy, still smoking. He wasn't angry because they died but because it was a wholly senseless act, coming from a childish tantrum. Plus, now those who knew what happened were dead before they could retell what had happened. A total waste of manpower. Sweeping them over with a furious gaze, he recognized most of the families and their family heads as he always closely watched every high-ranking noble within the capital. It was his only hobby, and he always enjoyed playing as the Emperor of Ashilia, ruling from the shadows. Counting the bodies, he sighed again because half of the city's dukes and a quarter of their marquises were lying there, dead. You are worse than your mother. Why do you think she was murdered? Pascal asked in a dead voice, looking at her, finally making the Empress realize she never truly knew the true powers of her ancestor. She herself was someone who could cast expert-level spells by herself. She was a genius and, genius. You. Hardly. Pascal snorted, making her think he was reading her mind. The reality was he simply saw the same expression on so many family members' faces. He knew fully well what she was thinking about. The Emperor of Magic. He was a genius, you foolish girl. If not for his one and only failure in his life, he would probably still be alive, leading the empire and conquering the world. You. Thinking you are a genius. You are just a spoiled brat I chose for the throne. With that, he retreated his powers, canceling the formation and finally letting the now purple-faced Empress gasp for air. I will fix this mess, but make another one, and I will kill you. He no longer paid any mind to the boiling pot of hatred sitting on the throne, turning his back to her, observing the dead bodies. In his mind, he counted the families that would need to be replaced before they revolted, as some of the victims here were losing their loyalty fast. This will hamper productivity for at least a few decades until new puppets are raised to replace the old. What happened? Pascal asked, shifting some of the bodies to their backs to look at their faces. When Catherine didn't answer him, the way he looked back over his shoulder scared the Empress. We lost the justice. She whispered, her voice cracked and hurtful while he was rubbing her throat, tasting blood within her mouth. This news was unexpected, making even the old Emperor stop and contemplate a little. And now we won't know how because you killed everyone who knew of the reports. Congratulations. There has to be trails, she argued, making Pascal scoff. All news related to the ships is confidential, anyone keeping copies of them is killed down to the last of their families. They are one of our biggest secrets. If I am not mistaken, that scorched lump there is Duke Farfel, and what we know is in his hands. That big, black clump of nothing. Yes. No, don't answer me. Remain silent, that fits you better. Even more, just get the fuck out of here and let me think. It was that moment when a deathly pale, terrified soldier walked in, barely standing straight, feeling this would be his last moment when giving his report. My lordship. We just received news that Marquis Custave has been found. He is in critical condition but alive. Custave. Pascal thought and a moment later recalled that the family had been chosen to send their best man to become the captain of the Justice, and now that man's brother was lying here, cut in half vertically. Send out people to bring him back and deploy a healing mage. No, send two. I want him alive and healthy. 1. He will tell us what happened. 2. He will lead his family and make sure they remain loyal to us. In exchange, instead of punishment, if his information is valuable, we can raise them to be a duke. He should have died with dash. Catherine started but then cut herself off when Pascal began murmuring another spell, and she saw that an adept level formation came to life below him in less than 2 seconds. He may have been old, but that bastard was quick. He should have, yes. Pascal added, watching the soldier leave in a hurried panic. But now, because of you, we have to placate a lot of families, one of them being his. I will have to plant some evidence that these others here were traitors, working together with the enemy, giving a reason why we lost so much territory. I have to use up some good resources to besmirch their reputation so I can replace them with fresh and upcoming bloodlines. Politics is a balancing act, you stupid woman. It is a game where you need to think, outthink, overthink, and guess everyone else's moves. Grow up, or I will replace you too. On the road back home, we stopped multiple times, sending in Yuri and her girls to gather information to see if there was any news spreading that would indicate what happened at the front after we left. Yet, no matter how many times we did so, of course, there was nothing to be gained. It did not surprise me because I wouldn't announce the loss of one of our symbolic weapons either. From what I know, those flying ships have been the staple of the Achillean superiority for centuries. That is why I spent a lot of time on the road or while we camped, trying to figure out the spell that the Kingdom of Skork used. Something is not adding up. Merlin groaned, rubbing his head, looking flustered. I know. I answered with a smile, patting his shoulders while Yuri was wiggling her butt above a big pot, making stew at the main campfire. It was the first day when it wasn't looking like it would rain at night, so we were going to have some good food this time. Sit around with all of our soldiers and just have a good time. I will crack it, my lord. You will see. I know we will, that is why I am not worried, and you shouldn't be either. Relax a little, Merlin. We have Yuri's drawings, mine shows what I saw from our position when your powers reacted to it, we will reverse engineer the spell from the two sources. That is what bothers me. He continued while pouting. The formation they made the slave draw up on the ground, and what appears when the spell is being fired is different. They probably segmented it. I theorized that was usually how complex spells worked, and what we saw bringing down the justice was undoubtedly something at the extreme level of magic formations. I can easily see that it has a base structure, and the 8 mages operating it are the ones that construct the rest of the formation. It would allow it to be adapted and changed, with the additional plus of also serving as a kind of anti-piracy method. Even with my memory, having a clear image of the formation that appeared in the sky, there were crucial things I was missing. I don't know which mage made which part. Did those separated segments come to life at once? Or is there an order introducing them to work? Is there any hierarchy between them? So on and so on. So, although we have it, we don't. I also missed out on the ship's secrets. Too bad. Oh well, at least I got my wife back, had a taste of excitement, and managed to see how actual formations and real war work in this world. No wonder they have armies in such a high number when thousands could be killed with one spell. Redundancy is a bitch, especially if it's made for war. Oh, we lost a battalion. No worries, just send in another 2. I can't operate on that type of mindset, so I will have to go for a different approach. I will have to invent more mechanized units that can be protected via magic like their ship was. I will need to have my soldiers be tanky. Literally. Back in the capital city of the Empire, while the citizens did not know why most of the leaders looked nervous whenever they appeared, they did feel that something big was happening. Multiple high-ranking noble families began disappearing, and there were even some who were beheaded openly for treason, new, previously smaller bloodlines replacing them. Of course, they didn't know that one of the famous flying ships was lost, but it did affect the southern front. Now, many of the mages sent down to repel the other unified country's invasion had to be split, and part of them redirected to the eastern front. At the same time, the Empire's western borders were being fortified simultaneously, protecting themselves from a possible follow-up raid. They were sharks, but they were also surrounded by other predators, smelling blood in the water. All of this was, for now, unimportant for the newly returned and appointed Duke Gustav. He was lying back home, recovering ever so slowly from his injuries. When he was found and brought back, he expected to perish, but to his surprise, he was spared. It had to be because of Avalon's interference. There was no other reason for it in his mind. Avalon. He asked himself multiple times, trying to guess what it was, but he just knew that it had to be them. Why? No reason, no logic, it was just, and he accepted it without thinking why. He was unequivocal in his head that the Empire kept him around to avoid dealing with a possible uprising or being weakened by needing to spend resources on raising someone as a replacement for another family. With the title of Duke, he got to access much more news than before and already made contact with the other leading nobles, from whom a good amount were names he recognized as previous rival marquises. Yet, here they were, now all of them being dukes, a once impossible thought. It's thanks to Avalon, saving my life, he murmured, feeling confused again, but it was quickly replaced by being content and delighted. He wanted to laugh, even if it did make his body hurt. The Imperial mages did a great job fixing his injuries, but they could do nothing about some of the permanent ones. He would still need to recuperate for a long time, and there was a high possibility that his devastated leg, even after being fixed, would never bend properly again. But, thinking about leaning on a gold cane with his rank engraved into it was totally worth it. The title of Duke, you cannot get higher than that, and now, he was finally free of military duties. Everything was coming together, all thanks to Avalon. Ah, Avalon. It's good to be back. I sighed after seeing my city's outline in the distance, making my men nod in agreement. We left in the winter, but by the time we finally returned, it was already in the middle of spring, slowly turning into summer. I missed stepping on the correct roads. We no longer had to trouble ourselves by marching through muddy paths. It was such a relief that it made my warriors sigh, praising the workers who built it. I just hoped nothing terrible happened back home while we were away. By the time we arrived at the front gates, soldiers were already saluting, and people were coming forth to welcome us. Seeing it was heartwarming, and I noticed that Yuri couldn't comprehend it. She looked troubled and nervous, something that I had never seen before. Walking through the gate, it didn't take long for me to notice Sasha, Luna, Mikon, and my mom standing there, and before I could blink, Sasha had already flung herself at me after bursting out in a surprisingly quick sprint. Ahahaha, we are back, and not a soldier has been lost. I grinned happily, hugging back and rubbing her head. I see that everything went well, huh? She nodded, kissing me before climbing off and turning towards Yuri. Yo dash, she started, raising a hand before being hugged by Sasha just the same, further increasing her shyness. Geez, stop it, you are making me think you like me. Shut up. She whispered but didn't let her hug end, not until Yuri returned it. I told her every day you would be back soon. Luna giggled while skipping up to us, and I lifted her up without question for a kiss, too, and she was especially wild with returning it. Nya. She moaned after I let her go before the crowd around us started noticing that she was visibly turned on. It is a good feeling to know you were missed, ahaha. I prayed for everyone's safety and am glad the gods have listened to me. Mikan clapped, saying it with such honesty and happiness I thought she was about to cry. What, everyone thought we were going to die or something? How was it? Asked my mom, the only one who looked calm and collected while we began walking. I answered between throwing nods and waves at the people, feeling proud that so many came to welcome us without any prior notice. A general success. I will tell you everything, specifically because we may have just obtained a new spy within the capital. Huh. I watched as everyone looked at me questioningly before turning towards Yuri, who only shrugged. Maybe. We will see, but Merlin and he did ensnare a noble's mind. To know if it worked, time will tell us, I am sure of it. He did what? Why are we stopping? Merlin asked, almost crashing into us, preoccupied with walking proudly and waving to people who were calling out to him. He was like a little peacock right now, making me chuckle. Let's go. I laughed loudly, hugging everyone around me. I'm starving for some good food. I will tell you all about it while we eat. It was late into the night, and I was lying in my bed, sandwiched by my 3 wives, including Sasha. Surprisingly, my mom didn't say no this time but made us promise that we would be gentle with her, and you bet we were. Not like with Yuri, or Luna, as the two were still interlocked, their wrists tied together. I think that's all that was noteworthy. Sasha finished, her head resting on my chest while I played with her hair, reporting what happened while I was gone. I am glad to hear everybody made it back in time. I knew the borders would be closed after what had happened. Once again, we are isolated, no matter. We will deal with it. We may even do some more daring, drastic activities too. Are we? Yeah. With the Empire's focus landing on the eastern and southern borders, we can more easily move our pieces around the different regions. Plus, we will send one of them into the capital city to see if our newest spy worked out or not. He looked to be in horrible shape, so I am not expecting much, especially if they punished him for being the only survivor. What are you going to do if it worked? She asked while drawing circles on my chest, wearing a happy smile. I never truly thought about it. Well, for now, I would just be happy to receive up-to-date news about what is happening with the Empire and on the front lines. Oh, there is one more thing. She flinched, remembering something she completely forgot, making me raise an eyebrow while waiting for her to continue. Baron Elliot sent over a message. He wants to visit us. Yes. I did promise him. Well, I am back, so we will send word that he can come. I will dispatch Oleg to welcome him and escort him over. I do have a thing in mind, I just don't know if Elliot would be happy about it. And that is, I want to merge our territories. I answered, but it was something that was only theoretical for now. What I mean is that I want to continue building our road systems and connect their city to ours. That way, we could speed up the trading between us, and I want our fledgling clerks to go there and take up roles under him for training. Isn't Elliot's land different from ours? Oh, yes, it is. But it would give a great experience to the new generation who are still learning, and if they experience a much more divided and less streamlined version of our government, they won't be stumped when something happens here. Plus, they can build relations with people. I want them to slowly warm up to us and get benefits that they can't get from anywhere else. Wouldn't Elliot think you are trying to overthrow him? Maybe. I hummed, but then again, I think I could sway him, that is why his visit will be important. My goal is to make him realize that being a baron in the empire is nothing compared to being my minister. So we will have to truly awe him. Hey, so you want to conquer the Duchy of Wheat? She giggled, rubbing her face against my body. Kind of. I know that we can't stay hidden forever, so I do want to turn our neighboring nobles into people who appreciate us. That will be our first layer of defenses. What would be after that? Our military. Yep, exactly. I now have a better picture of what the Empire or any other power is capable of. I will have to get to it and modernize our military. We have limited numbers, so we must concentrate on developing something that can make up for it in strength. Plus, we are not people who will go on conquering others, so we will focus on fortifying our territory, building defenses that will not be felled easily by either man or beast. Suddenly, an image appeared in my head, showing me playing tower defense while the Empire's forces tried to reach Avalon. I just hope that never happens. A weapon is best if its presence alone is enough to deter others. War is nothing but burning money at a rate that I don't want to indulge in. Preparing for Elliot's arrival, I had a few days to do so. I made sure that Dorian was ready with the flags of Avalon, installing them onto the walls, and I also decided to announce that we would have festivities. It was spring, and the sun was here to stay out for a longer time every day. Since beginning to build up Avalon, many citizens were starting to spend their first years here when there was less for them to do, leaving them with more time to enjoy their lives. This, in turn, made me think about doing something to ensure they don't get bored and turn to some stupid hobbies that would be destructive not just for them but for us as a collective. Drinking is okay, but I don't need another drunk saboteur to rise up for some idiotic reason. So, it was time to explore what kind of entertainment and culture I could bring forth. Books and the newspaper were good and all, but they couldn't satisfy everybody at once. Even if I began printing more erotic novels or began introducing colored images into printing, it would be best if there were more choices for the whole family to have fun. For now, announcing that we would have spring festivals was mainly about decorating the main square and streets with colorful flags and blooming flowers, giving the city a bit of color in line with the season. I sent out an announcement, nailed to the multiple news posts in the city, and hired a few kids to run around advertising that I am looking for people who can play music. I wanted to hire them to host shows in the main square so people could come, dance, and let loose a little. I was letting my ministers deal with the logistics, giving them a task that was new for everyone, but I hoped it could be turned into a yearly occurrence. I wanted to build up Avalon's own culture, one that has no connection to the Empire. You can play on the piano? I asked, finding it surprising, looking up at Mikan, who visited me in my study. And the violin. I can sing too. While in the church, I learned them, and I do miss practicing an instrument. It always helped me relax. I shouldn't be surprised. I heard that some of your sermons include you singing. I usually do that when someone dies, and we cremate them. I find that it helps the family a little. I see. But this festival is not for mourning, so I will need something lively. Something that makes them fuck. Interjected Yuri, who was lying on my couch, reading one of Merlin's books, mimicking Luna's usual posture. Her thinking wasn't wrong, making me grin while Mikan's face turned bright red instantly. In short, yes. After fixing my expression, I answered, the vibe I am looking for is about love and instincts, in a way. It is spring, after all. I plan to announce that Sasha is pregnant at the end before everyone who will be present. I do know some songs that would be appropriate. Mikan added, hurriedly trying to step over Yuri's comment, but it seemed she was in her element, continuing. It needs some rhythm. And good thrust. One that makes the people throw an orgy on the streets. I know how to play the drums. I can join you and even molest your thick body before everyone, Mickey. It would be a visual aphrodisiac. Please, no. She whispered, looking at me, asking for help with her golden eyes, not knowing how to deal with Yuri's spicy mood. Although you would enjoy it, Yuri, I interrupted her quickly, I don't want to turn my city into a hedonistic paradise. Let them be wild within their homes but not in public, okay? We are not the Empire. Okay. If you want to be boring, sure. She shrugged, returning to read the book, dropping the continued teasing of Mikan. Anyway, Mikan, I think I can reproduce a violin and even a guitar for you. A piano would take a longer time to craft. You could? She asked, her eyes lighting up, but then she began thinking, what is a guitar? Oh. You don't have that. What about a lute? Does that ring a bell? Yes. I know that. I can play it, but I am not as comfortable with it as with the violin. A guitar is like that, but a bit different, you'll see. I hummed, biting on the end of my quill, already recalling some old blueprints within my brain. We can use maple for the back, sides, and neck, and spruce for the top, for the soundboard. I can draw the outline of the violin's body onto the wood, and then the rough shape would be carved out from that. For the first one, I would do it myself because of graduation. The inside of the top and back plates need to be carefully carved to achieve the desired thickness. This involves removing wood from specific areas to achieve optimal resonance and flexibility. I think I can do it. I know that my lord likes to work with wood and model things, she began, glancing at the finished figure of my mech, standing at the shelf behind me, but I think asking Baron Elliot to bring some instruments over would be faster. She added after I stopped speaking, making me flinch, looking at her with twitching the edge of my mouth. Air. Yes. Yes, you are right. Sorry, I like crafting things, and I have a ton of nonsense blueprints memorized within my head. It's a bad habit. It would take a few months to make it happen anyway. Ahahaha. She got you there, my hubby. And why are you here? I groaned, leaning to the side so I could see Yuri perfectly. Aren't you supposed to be with Sasha and Luna, learning to dance? I know how to dance. It's the same as fighting. The problem is our dear Sasha. She is deeply embarrassed by the fact she can't wiggle her butt perfectly, so while your mother and Luna teach her, I have been sent away. You were making fun of her, didn't you? I asked with slanted eyes, knowing full well she did. I knew her enough. I just said that she should shake her perky bottom like when she rides you. Duh, I am right, I don't know what the fuss is about. Well, dances are in a way the human way of courting and a reflection of a certain desire. Mikan murmured, playing with the end of her long hair, tiptoeing around the topic. See. Even Mickey understands where I am coming from. No wonder her body would be perfect for a hot striptease. I bet she squirts. Whatever. I moaned, turning back to Mikan, ignoring Yuri. Do you have any pieces in mind that you would play? Yes. Multiple, in fact. Don't worry, my lord, they are not church music, and neither of them would praise the Empire. They are simple folk songs. Don't ignore me. Yuri grumbled, but we did exactly that. The only way to shut her up. Good. Let's go with that. I know it is weird to say that you should go and practice without any instrument, so instead, please write down the music sheets and get back to me with it. We will print some out for the future. It wasn't just that. I was also thinking about learning this world's music sheets through Mikan. If I manage to nail it down or get a basic understanding, I can plagiarize many classics from my previous life. Easy money. Easy cultural buff. Reincarnation rocks. Would I feel bad about it? Nah. Those guys have already been dead for a long time, they should have been reborn here if they wanted to keep their fame. Anyway, their works became public property after their death, not to mention that this world has zero clue about copyright laws. Maybe I should also introduce those in the future, 2 days later, I held a meeting with my ministers and invited all the important people under them, hosting more than 30 members in the throne room this time. There were many who I only knew because I read their applications, memorizing their names, addresses, and pasts, as not everyone made a unique impression on me. Of course, that wasn't something I would complain about. I was delighted that talented individuals were filling the spaces, and they helped me run Avalon smoothly and without trouble. I prefer a handful of great, hard-working men and women against constantly bickering geniuses who always want to reinvent the wheel. The meeting's first part was about my report on the front lines, what was happening, and what was expected to happen. Of course, the more sensitive pieces of information were restricted to the head ministers, but I decided to share the overarching news with everyone here first and then publish it in the paper later. Then came the more exciting part. I wanted to involve everybody in the festive I announced after returning. This is the best time to advertise yourselves. I began explaining, sitting on my throne, smiling at them. I already talked with Merlin, and he will take the children and visit different shops and workshops around the city to broaden their horizons. We must show them how things work and maybe inspire them to think about what they will do after growing up. The first trip will lead us into Avalon Printing Press. He added, standing up, we will even let the children create one page that will appear in the newspaper the following week. I am happy many of you already use the advertisement function inside of it. I am glad my citizens are smart and see the potential within. This is why I want you to use the same creativity in your businesses or give a hint to those who you know and who own different shops around the city. I continued after Merlin sat back down, swinging his legs with great excitement. So, while we have these festive days ahead of us, I want you to feel free to advertise your fields of expertise and draw people in. You can use the different news posts to pin your flyers and posters to it. As for what that is, you can go and take a look. I made a few myself, advertising the festival itself. I want the major places to prepare for the tour as, just like the press, the forges, our textile workshop, and most of the guilds are going to be visited by Merlin and the children. Prepare a tour for them, one that would grab their attention. Watching many of their eyes light up was enough to know they got my intention. I want them to start thinking in the long term and get used to the fact that they can build up businesses that can last for a long time and may even be inherited by their kids. I want them to look for the chance to grow and not remain in stagnation. Of course, there was another underlying reason, but I only told Merlin this. I wanted him to evaluate the shops, guilds, and manufacturers they would visit. From his report, I would better understand where they stood and their thought process while building their businesses. It would give me a clear picture of their outlook for their future. Minister Zeta, I continued, turning towards my agricultural minister, I will have you prepare a ceremony-like bonfire in the main square at the end of the festivities. I will pay for it, but I want to have food and drinks ready so everyone can enjoy them. I will hold a speech there, announcing something important for the future of Avalon. The last part clearly made them stiffen, wanting to hear more and know it beforehand, but I wasn't telling them anything, simply ending the meeting. Let it be a surprise, After returning to my office, I picked up the cup of coffee that Luna prepared while Merlin thanked her for his portion, mimicking me in the way I was enjoying its aroma and slowly sipping on it. Did you think about it? I asked, referring to a task I asked him to contemplate about. Yes, and I constructed a few prototype formations. He began explaining, presenting me with drawings I took from his hands. I find it surprisingly easy. Probably because of your natural affinity. I hummed, rubbing my chin, the core of your magic is amplifying things. This is the same principle, boosting my voice so everyone will hear me speak. I thought the same, my lord. I will need to test it to see if it works and do it outside the city. I don't want to scare the people. I also played with the idea of setting up similar ones with CC around the city and broadcasting your speech. You could do that? I asked, sitting up in my chair. Well, I was juggling the idea for a while, but there were other, more important things to focus on. But this is fun. I can whip up something, I think. Well, I shrugged, rummaging within my drawer, pulling out different drawings I had made, copying sound-related formations from my memory. Here, take these. I copied down those that looked the most relevant and had to do with sound and speech. See if they give you another idea, and we can do a test run. Oh, thank you, my lord, these will come in handy. I'm glad. Because I had little time to examine them thoroughly, and sadly, I can't accompany you with it today either because I have a lesson to take. A lesson? In what? He asked, watching me stand up, accompanied by Luna's giggle, who was already waiting at the door, answering his question. In dancing. Well, at least he is a better learner than Sasha. Fufufu, she really has no rhythm at all. Not you, too. I grumbled, walking past her while Merlin followed us, curious. It took me a whole day to comfort her. If you start teasing her like Yuri, she will never get the hang of it. So stop, or I will punish you. With what? She asked, her mismatched eyes shining in a dangerous light. With not touching you for a month. I snapped at her, and finally, her grin turned into a pleading smile, promising that she would never, ever mention Sasha's peg legs when it came to dancing. I will never get used to how fast Merlin works when it's about something he is genuinely fascinated by. And so far, I don't know a thing that does not excite him. So, only a day later, I was out at the old, flooded mine, accompanying Merlin and a few of our soldiers while he was going to conduct the first test on his voice-amplifying magic. "I will have to find you a few wives," I murmured, making his face turn white, then pink, looking at me, blinking his eyes like a flustered maiden. "WWWY. So you can try and have kids, duh. I only told you once," mentioning a microphone, and bam. "You built one. I need you to spread your genes, my boy." I wasn't lying. I was already thinking, if nothing else, forcing the kid to marry a few girls, fully financing their living conditions. Although the mic he made was not a perfect replica, the shape was there, the shaft was made out of metal, and the capsule on top was a charged CC cut from the slain monster's core. "First, we will test if it's working," he explained, ignoring my words, not wanting to talk about marriage. "Still, you won't escape Merlin, I will make you wait." Damn it. I sound like my mom. Ugh. Did I do something wrong, my lord?" he muttered, looking unsure, noticing the change in my expression. No. Nothing, it is just me being jealous of you," I hurriedly answered, rubbing his head and embarrassing him even further. It is not that big of a deal. Anyway. As you mentioned, I added an on and off switch. I managed to carve a miniature formation within it, using the beast bones as a template. It is a 3D formation. "Okay, kid, I was jokingly lying when I said I was jealous of you. Now you are telling me you are using an advanced method, one that nature came up with, and already implementing it into something that probably will work. What the fuck? Merlin, my boy, you are starting to remind me of protagonists from old stories in my world. When you push the switch to the on position," he continued, explaining, "without a worry, the key rune within the formation will slot into place and activate it. Then, whatever you speak into it will get amplified." "Are you sure?" I asked, looking at him with raised eyebrows, and for the first time, he became a bit hesitant. "Theoretically. Yes. I tried out a prototype back home, but it began screeching when I turned it on. This should be fine. I used the samples you gave me to overlay a support formation that eliminates unwanted noises besides human speech." "Ah. I can guess it was the usual interference noise, that nasty, high-pitched hum that causes your ears to ring. Wait, did he just say he built a supporting second formation into it?" "SSSH, don't ask, Leon. Don't ask. Think of different issues. This is just Merlin being Merlin. Think about. Like, what is it that interferes with it?" Before falling into a quagmire of thoughts, I instead flipped it on, and there it was. The same screech that made Merlin's smile disappear in a snap, and I watched him become panicked. It sounded like we all had tinnitus out of left field until I turned it off. That was when I had a sudden idea. "Stay," I told him commandingly before turning it back on, letting it scream at us a second time. Yet, after only a few steps back, it began to disappear, and after stopping about 3 meters from him, there was no longer any screeching. With a deep breath, I started whispering into the device, yet Merlin and all the soldiers near us could easily hear my voice. I knew it. The noise you hear is your magic interfering, or in this case, synchronizing with the formation within. Do you know what does this mean? No. He shouted back, excited, jumping in place, looking happy as a bunny after learning it was working. The problem was not with his invention but with him. Magic has a frequency that could be measured. No wonder the beasts activate the minds, I bet it radiates from every magically capable person. That is why you feel the presence of CC. It makes sense. With this, we could also find and detect mages who try to hide. This is more than a simple microphone, my dear Prime Minister. As for what to do with this possible revelation, well, I will think of it later. Now was not the time. Testing the device, it turned out that it did amplify my voice quite a bit, making everyone hear me talk, even if they were around 100 meters away, blocked by trees and whatnot. Still, I needed more than that if I wanted everybody to hear me when I held my speech. We should test the second phase. Merlin clapped, making me tilt my head. The what now? These, my lord. He continued, opening his backpack and showing me 4 disc-shaped objects with CC embedded into the middle of them. They were no bigger than a CD and as thick as a plate. Why are they made of gold? I asked, but not because I was angry about it, I was just curious. It is much softer than iron, so it is much easier to carve the formation into it, especially if I need to modify it a lot, being a prototype and all. Huh. I did not think about that. He was right, and if we are finished and ready to finalize the new formation, we can make a different, more sturdy model. Maybe I will have to incorporate gold into all of the prototypes. Or into my future plans. I will have to keep that in mind. So, how do they work? I asked, helping him spread it out around the old mine. It is the same as the microphone, I just tuned the formation on them to pick up only the amplified voice originating from it. No human could speak that loudly, so they won't repeat all the sounds they pick up, but they will react to your strengthened voice and replay it. The only issue I found is that this will delay it. So the further people are, the later they will hear you speak, and it will be like an echo. Better than nothing. If magic truly has a frequency, we need to tap into that. If we can tune these to the same frequency this mic has, then we can change the whole thing and create a radio. Ah, you mean, the thing you told me about. That thing we could use to speak over long distances. Exactly. If we can create a formation that can pick up another's frequency and replicate it, that would mean we are effectively broadcasting, not with radio waves but with magical waves. I will also look into it and write up what I know so you can read about how radios work, and it may inspire you. Thank you, my lord. That would be the best. Oh. I can't wait. Ahaha, I worry about giving you any more coffee. Calm down a little. Now, let's test these prototypes and see how they work. You whip them up on such short notice that they will work wonders even if they are not perfect. We can install them at certain points in the city so everyone can hear the announcement that an heir is on its way. That is what truly matters. Yes, my lord. I was genuinely excited about what Merlin had achieved. After the tests, even if it was echoey, it was a great leap forward by the simple discovery that magic operates in a wave-like pattern. At least, that is what I am going to believe now. Until I come up with better tools to measure it somehow, I am going to assume just that. This made me return to my plans for my first mech, laying out all the blueprints and going over them once again with Merlin's new invention spread out next to it. One thing that made me feel troubled was connecting the formations. I did it with CC strings previously, but that is something we would need more of, and I had no illusions about it. We won't be able to get enough for my needs. Instead, I was going to implement what we have just discovered and think about how to connect the magic formations using the knowledge about their new property. Still, I can't just let everything connect to everything, that would for sure complicate maneuvering the mech. I need it so that when the pilot wants to move the left arm, then it will move while the other limbs remain stationary. After more than a dozen hours of planning, reworking, and stealing ideas from my old life, I think I have come up with a solution. For one, the tanks in my time were operated by a single soldier. They wore special suits that connected to the multiple systems of the machine while displaying an AR image on their helmets' visors. It read their eye movements and intentions, functionally merging machine and human. The suit quickly translated one twitch of a muscle into the machine's language, operating it with a fluidity never seen before. Of course, I would not be able to replicate that, but I could do the backup system. As with everything, especially in a battle situation, they can break down, so there were secondary control options inside the tanks. There were 2 joysticks and multiple pedals for manually controlling the vehicle, and I could replicate that. I just have to make sure that they control separate limbs, and when pushing the installed buttons and triggers on them, they send out the activation signal for the corresponding magic formation. I could maybe recreate the main system too, but... I murmured, tapping the end of my quill on my half-finished drawing, looking towards my model, sitting there, illuminated by the setting sun's light. If Dorian could create a suit, using our remaining strings to lace it through it, we could create something that would allow the pilot to control the mech even better. But, there was a big but in it. Would it be usable by a simple man or only by someone magical? I would only know if we created it and tested it out. I don't know if we have enough left to create more than one prototype suit. I said to myself, sighing, leaning back in my chair, closing my tired eyes, and rubbing them with a yawn. I could still take it apart afterward and reuse the CC from it. But it would for sure bog down Dorian and his workshop for months, if not more. Are you debating with yourself again? Asked a gentle voice, arriving behind me, beginning to rub my shoulders while I tasted her sweet lips pressing against mine. What can I say? I can be indecisive sometimes, my dear Sasha. You should come. Dinner is soon to be ready, and you need rest. With that, she began collecting my papers, looking at them, tilting her head. I examined Merlin's newest inventions and think I can make them. I took apart your figure and reassembled it multiple times, so I can do it with eyes closed. Wait, you did? I gawked, standing up and walking to my wooden model, but I could see no marks that it had been tampered with. Yes, it could be disassembled, but doing it so perfectly that I didn't notice was something else. I can't go to the forges, and I can't play around with magic formations. Your mother forbade me until our child is born. So, what remains for me is reading, and reading a bit more. While you were away, I tried out carving, but it's not the same as shaping metal with my bare hands. Are you pouting? I grinned, stepping behind her, hugging her tummy, gently rubbing it. A bit. To not get rusty, I did play with your toy, sorry, model. Cheeky. I whispered, kissing her neck, making her shiver, gently squeezing my hand because she knew we couldn't really do it yet. What I am trying to say is, she moaned, reining in her desires, I began thinking about your designs and how I would build them. I already worked out a scaled-up version and how I would create the parts required for it to work. I have even sent down the order to Kraus to build a gyroscope prototype. Really? She turned around, looking shy and happy at the same time. I wanted to surprise you with it. I just want you to know before you make drastic changes. I would feel bad if his work would be for nothing. It won't be. I answered at once, leaning forward, giving her another kiss. By the time our child is born, I will finalize everything, and we can begin building our first, true weapon. Something that will help us defend against the Empire and protect Avalon from their armies. Do you really think we will be in trouble? Not right now, not with their current war going on. But, one day, yes. So, to protect you, our child, and everyone in my city, we will build a force that can withstand everything thrown at it. By the time I was notified that my uncle would arrive in the late afternoon, Avalon was decorated with multicolored bunting stretching from roof to roof throughout the city. At the same time, most, if not all, shops' fronts were dressed up in flowers, inviting people in with special deals displayed on big posters. I was surprised at how receptive my people were to the idea of having fun and just enjoying a little holiday, but then again, I had to remind myself how they lived only a decade ago. It may be like a fairy tale for them, going from living in a stinky town to having running water and heating for the winter in a city they helped build. The best part was that everyone understood the assignment, even if they were absent at my meeting with my ministers. I watched as they sent letters to Merlin, inviting him and the kids from school to visit their shops, holding impromptu seminars about their own craft. Perth, my master sculptor, was also preparing something that he would reveal tomorrow on the main square at noon. I wanted to ask what it was, but Merlin refused to say, flatly forbidding me to pry into it. I wanted to laugh when I watched his serious look, but so be it. I do love surprises when they are not about bad news. Do I need to dress up, too? Really? Luna asked while we were getting ready to go out and welcome Elliot to Avalon. I was happily trying on one of the clothes Dorian made, reminiscent of a fancy, black and gold officer uniform, perfection. He does have the magic hand to design the most badass-looking clothes. How could those nobles in my uncle's territory sleep on his talent? Thankfully, I didn't execute him. You look good in it. I answered, turning towards her as Sasha was helping to fix her hair in twin tails, both of them wearing elegant, similar-looking one-piece dresses of different colors. While Sasha's was crimson with golden accents, Luna's was green with golden trims. It imitated old Chinese garments from my time, which was not a coincidence because Dorian had created it to my specifications. I wouldn't wear that, not even if you forced me. A fourth voice added gleefully. Let me guess, you would go naked. Sasha answered Yuri, rolling her eyes. You do wear tighter clothes anyway. Luna argued just the same, watching my lazy third wife, wearing a shirt that stretched down to her knees, lying on the wide couch in our bedroom, munching on a breadstick. She was the epitome of a lazy shut-in at that moment. That is my work uniform. It is a must. Otherwise, fancy clothes are uncomfortable as hell. Tie me up and drag me around like a dog, but spare me to wear any high heel and walk in it. Oh. No. I added immediately, hearing Luna's sudden excitement. You are not coming with a leash on, but I can ask Dorian to make a nice choker for you and maybe some other playthings to wear at home. Really? She asked, surprised, making Sasha shrug, already knowing what her friend was thinking about. Yes, but this time, this is not only a family meeting but also part of the diplomatic relations between two regions. I need you two to appear next to me like proper queens. Why doesn't she come along then? Luna grumbled, pointing at Yuri, who continued lying there, grinning at us. I am a concubine. She answered with glee, I don't need to as I have no sway nor any say in things, Naya ha ha ha. I will stay back, eat like a pig, masturbate like no tomorrow, and have a good sleep while you entertain your guest. Have fun because I will. Just ignore her. Sasha interrupted Luna before she could say anything as we left the room and the palace, accompanied by Merlin and a group of bodyguards in their uniform, boots polished, looking like the perfect poster boys for a recruitment campaign. We were not the only ones who dressed up for this occasion, but it was also the first time that Merlin donned his very first uniform, representing not just my ministers but also our future yet-to-be-born mages. It was an agreement between me and Sasha as although she was the leader of them on paper, she was totally on board with the joke I was making. As the only other person knowing my secret, she was helping me hold back my laugh but was just as guilty as I, helping me design Merlin's proper wizard outfit. He was wearing a long, white robe with deep blue accents running around its seams, complete with a big, pointy hat decorated with a magic circle. Was it functional? Yes, it had the same properties as the one we confiscated from the dead nobles we made disappear. So, if Merlin wanted, he could activate it and look like the god of magic in the flesh. Maybe one day, if we get a visitor who is a bit rowdier, he can use it, but right now, it is for decoration alone. Knowing what kind of meaning Merlin had in my old life and how he is described many times, Sasha found it just as funny and cute as I. We wanted to have him a magical orb, but we didn't find any valid reason to introduce it, and he was not a stupid kid to buy everything at face value. He would have noticed it, but he really liked his uniform at the moment, strutting along us with great pride radiating from his grinning face. The streets were already cleared for the convoy that would arrive the previous day. Before setting out, my uncle sent a letter saying he was happy to deliver the requested instruments for a reasonable price. Nicely played, Elliot, I can't be mad about it. Knowing him, he also won't be someone who asks for money either. Oh well, he is family, so we can think of something, I am sure of it. Damn it, I hate when Yuri is right. Luna grumbled, and although Sasha ignored her, I knew merely by watching her pupils shrink that she agreed. Walking in high heels was not the most comfortable thing, huh? Luckily, they didn't need to wander really far or stand around for long because Oleg and my uncle's convoy arrived with a little bit of fanfare, passing through the main gate. I thought the roads were something that is an incredible thing you pulled off, but, by the gods. You are really building a second capital city, aren't you? He laughed and sighed at the same time, getting off the carriage while we shook hands, and I hugged him in the end. Don't forget, it was you who wanted to see Avalon. Don't blame me if you want to stay here afterward. It won't be my fault when your old castle will no longer look as luxurious as you are used to. Geez, you are speaking as if you are about to ensnare me with some type of magic spell. Who knows, I joked, winking at him before moving on and introducing my wives as he only knew Sasha, followed by presenting Merlin to my uncle. So young. He whispered, making me nod, patting his shoulder. Get used to it, Merlin is a different breed than us. It is an honor to welcome you to our Avalon, Baron Elliot. He bowed, holding onto his pointy hat, trying to stay calm and collected, doing his hardest to carry himself the same way I do when I meet with my ministers. I am Merlin, Prime Minister and Mage of the Sovereign. No, the honor is mine. Elliot answered, returning a respectful bow. I would really want to see the city, just from this alone, I've never seen one this clean. I know that the capital has similar districts, but that is the seat of power, not the frontier. After hearing him, I glanced at my wives, seeing the terror in their eyes, not wanting to tour the city with their current dresses on. It is already late, and thanks to the mountains, it can get chilly. I answered, saving them quickly, let's go to the palace first, our maids are already preparing dinner. We can enjoy it, talk, and tomorrow, when the sun is up, we will have the whole day to lead you around. Yes, you are right, I just got carried away. We can also unload the instruments you asked for. Are you trying to learn it? Something like that. I nodded as we began heading back to the palace while the soldiers kept the curious onlookers far enough that we were not bothered, yet they could see everything clearly. It has to do something with the decorations, huh? Baron Elliot has sharp eyes, Sasha chuckled, making my uncle smile sheepishly. We are having a little bit of fun, enjoying the arriving spring, when we realized we would need proper instruments to truly enjoy it. The people do have their homemade drums or lutes and flutes, but we are preparing for something different. With magic. Merlin added at once, puffing out his chest proudly. He was enjoying that he could finally show it off to someone who was unfamiliar with mages and how we operated. Magic. What does that mean, Minister Merlin? Well, it will be me who adds a little extra to the instruments. He explained, holding his head high, making my hand itch, quickly held onto by Sasha before I smacked Merlin in the back of the head for being so pompous. Then, when someone plays on it, the song will carry for way farther and louder than usual. Everyone will be able to hear it, that's right. You will see, it will be marvelous. When Elliot looked at me, he was asking with his gaze if he was serious or if it was some weird joke, so I had to assure him with a nod. Merlin wasn't joking, and it is best if he doesn't make the mistake of taking him lightly. I knew it was hard to fathom, but I did my best to signal it to him. I will say, Leon, I am a bit envious of you already. The city? I asked, but he formed a smile, looking at my wives accompanying me, their figures being even more enchanting because of their new clothes. That is beautiful, too, but I am more jealous of your wives. I have yet to find my own sweetheart, but here you are with two gorgeous flowers flanking you from both sides. I was lucky. I answered with a grin, holding onto their hands and catching a glimpse of Merlin furrowing his brows, looking at the back of my uncle with an unfriendly gaze for a moment. Huh, what was that about? It surprised me because neither Sasha nor Luna felt it weird, quite the opposite. They were happy to receive such compliments, and, well, it also fed my own ego. I find it hard to believe you would have difficulty finding a wife, uncle. I could, yes, but I am unsure if it would be genuine or not. Sometimes, I envy my subjects because of it. It may be an issue with me, but I can't help but doubt if the other is interested in me or in the privileges that my rank brings along. I see. Well, you should recreate some of the old legends I know of. What do you mean? He asked, half joking and half interested. I knew a lot of stories where the ruler dressed up in normal clothes, hid his identity, and toured his own territory, questioning his people, experiencing life to know what he needed to change to improve. You could do the same, dress up as normal, and find your wife without her knowing you are a baron. Of course, I don't know how well your face is known to the people, so. That is interesting. He added after thinking it through, but I was mostly joking and didn't expect he would do it anyway. Please don't. Oleg interjected, speaking out, walking in front of us. As the soldier of my lord, I can tell you that those who are responsible for your safety would have sleepless nights and nightmares. What? I asked because my general was looking back over his shoulder, watching me while speaking. I ain't sneaking out of the palace because I don't need to. Also, even if I did, Avalon is pretty safe, isn't it? We haven't had any murders or gangs forming since we were established. The worst thing the guards have to deal with are drunk fights at the taverns. Yes, but we still had saboteurs once. It can happen again. He argued, which piqued my uncle's attention once again. Wait, what was that about? The saboteurs? Old story, but I can tell you about it at dinner, it is not a secret. Great. I'd like to hear it from the beginning. How did you come up with this all, and how did you achieve it? I only know pieces anyway. It is not nice keeping your family in the dark, not after we did together. Sure. I chuckled, smiling at him. I can feel this is going to be a long night. When the morning came, I was already up, getting ready to accompany Elliot around the city, planning to show him around. I was fixing my clothes while Sasha was still in the middle of waking up, tussling with her messy hair. Because of Elliot, my mom, once again, allowed us to sleep in the same room if we promised there wouldn't be anything wild going on. By her words, she couldn't allow her little brother to think we were in a bad relationship or something similar, leading us to sleep in different rooms. Then she said something else that made me dumbfounded. That my uncle was eyeing Sasha, which was news to me. When she told it to us, it was just after Luna accompanied him out of the dining room, leading him to his guest room while we remained at the dinner table, enjoying the aftertaste of the dessert. I didn't want to believe it at first, but then Merlin, of all people, also chimed in, looking at me with deathly seriousness. "It is true, my lord." I was watching him. He glanced at Lady Sasha more than 121 times at dinner, while I was in second place at 84 times. Lady Luna was the third with 81 times. "You were counting that?" I asked, finding it hilarious. "Of course. I found him weird when he first mentioned it, so I have been keeping an eye on him, my lord." "Okay." I raised a hand before anyone could continue. There is nothing bad about it. Sasha is beautiful, so, of course, people will find her desirable. It is inevitable. Uncle has enough self-control to keep it together, and he never once made any rude remarks, is he? Nor did he insinuate anything. What, should I start hiding my wife when someone finds her beauty appealing? Nonsense. Merlin, I don't want you to be rude, got that? Why yes, my lord. He answered at once, standing up. Luckily, the topic died down there, but it also allowed me to finally, once again, sleep with my wives together. I missed Sasha's scent. "Are you sure I don't need to come?" she asked, yawning, barely awake, trying to open her eyes. "Rest a bit more. It will be a lot of walking and boring talk, so you have time to prepare. We will meet up at the main square and see what Perth has made. I know that whatever it is, it was transported to its spot at night, covered up, hidden from me, and is being guarded by soldiers. If you ask me, it will be a statue. Most likely." Sasha nodded. "I also would bet a lot on it that it will be of you." Me. It was something that I somehow didn't consider yet. It was weird. A statue of me. Huh. I hope it is not a bad omen because where I came from, statues were only made of those who already passed away. Well, a few hours and it will come to light. If it is me, where will we put it? What do you mean? Should we bring it into the palace? I asked, turning towards her, smiling, or should we leave at the square? Maybe above the front gate. Oh, maybe we should bring it up to the mountain and make a shrine out of it. PFT, idiot. She giggled, throwing her pillow at me. I love you but would not want you to have a shrine. That sounds weird. True. I couldn't help but agree because that sounded even more ominous than having an ordinary statue. After leaving our room, I quickly met up with Elliot, who was ready and excited to tour my city. Of course, it wasn't just us, Merlin and Oleg were also tagging along. I watched as Merlin now wore a much friendlier expression, no longer looking like someone who bit into a lemon. Good, because Elliot never once questioned why my wives are not coming with us, so even if he admires them, so what? It proves their beauty. First, I took him to the forges, showing him how they worked, and of course, his first words were that he wanted to buy the blueprints. I want one. Just name the price. Sorry, uncle, but these are not for sale. I answered with a benign smile, trying my best not to laugh. These are some things that are exclusive to Avalon. You must understand that I can't let it be built anywhere else. If anyone finds out, we could be in big trouble. Plus, where would you get the CC to work it? Who would charge it for you? I can't send my mages over every time you deplete it. Ugh, no fair. I want a magical girlfriend, too. Ahahaha. I understand, they are one of the most important people of Avalon. I agreed with a long sigh, patting the shoulders of Merlin, who was smiling from ear to ear, wearing his wizard outfit with great pride. I got it, haw. Damn. This defeats all the blacksmith's workshops we have back home. It would speed up our production a lot, minimum doubling it. And now I can only watch it from afar. Cruel. So. What's next? Don't be soft, show me. Make me want more. Well, okay, then next, let me take you to the printing press and then to the water purification system that also provides the heating for the city. I did notice that my room was surprisingly warm, even when it was cold at night. I had to open the windows. I am not used to such hot evenings. Is that why iron pipes were going along the wall, and Lady Luna warned me not to touch them? Yep. They can be searing hot. As I led him into where Avalon Weekly was being made, the freshest batch was just being shipped out. When he picked one up, he was surprised at how many details were inside it, explaining ministry decisions so everyone could understand it. Then he noticed that people were advertising their shops and deals on almost every page. As someone who was also keen on marketing and sales, he saw the potential in it but was also unsure if it was something he liked. He really agreed with the advertising part, but the notion of telling and documenting every decision for the common man was alien to him. When I also told him that everyone in this city could write and read, it was not that he doubted me, but he questioned whether it would matter. The citizens simply shouldn't and, in most cases, didn't care about it. Maybe. I hummed, crossing my arms and scratching my chin as we walked out of the city, heading towards the water purification systems. But I disagree with your viewpoint. I think it is crucial to inform them and make them feel they are part of something bigger. Exactly. Merlin enthusiastically jumped into the conversation, wanting to prove Elliot wrong. They may not care about it, but that is not good. We need to make them care about Avalon. Because if something bad happens, they won't support it. If they know and understand that they are part of it just as much as anybody else, they will do way much more for the city and not abandon it when they are needed the most. I never thought about that, but I must say that it is not like they can abandon it, even if they don't care about the city. Where would they go? Into the forests? Become bandits who then chased and killed? Out to the enemy to be slaughtered? Let me ask you this then, uncle. Who would protect a city more ferociously? Someone who is conscripted to do so or someone who volunteers? This time, my chuckle and point hit the mark because he had nothing to answer me with. You can force the people of your city to fight for it, but they won't die for it. They will run away and escape at the first sign or opportunity. But, all of that was forgotten the moment he saw how we dealt with waste and watched as a complex system was built up to purify and store it. The waste then gets composted and later sent to the farms for use. I also introduced rotation for the crops, but our soil is not good enough, so you don't have to worry. We will still buy your shipments because we are not independent yet. Yet. He answered, repeating it a few times, tasting the word, and I knew he realized it. Give it a decade, and we probably will be. Hell, a few new inventions, and it may happen even sooner than that. I won't ask because I already know there is no way that I can borrow this, yeah. Sorry. Guessed so. Damn, I thought you were joking yesterday. Want to move here? Merlin asked, his brows furrowed, and Elliot didn't answer at first, thinking about it. MMMH. The place does look welcoming, and I have only been here less than a day. But I think Mom would be happy if you replaced her as my minister. She always does the bare minimum, and she disappears when winter comes, going back home to Dad. Understandable. Elliot grinned, glancing at me. And if I move here, I don't need to borrow your stuff, huh? True. But I don't think I will. You won't? Both Merlin and I asked, feeling surprised so much that it made my uncle laugh while watching us. Let me explain. As we strolled along the road, heading back to Avalon, he began, I like my current life and enjoy the challenge. Even if you don't let me borrow everything, you will come to me and make deals through me so you can stay out of trouble. You will make me be your front for your new inventions while you act behind the curtain. I'm fine with that because I can also use it to increase my influence within my realm and even in places farther out. Wouldn't that place you in a bind? I questioned him openly because if we were talking so freely, I wanted to know what he thought about it. If we looked at what we were doing from one specific angle, I was using him as a shield that would probably, one day, get hit hard. Just like us. I am aiming for the same thing as you. The difference is that I am doing it a bit more subtly. With my big brother gone, along with his supporters, who do you think replaced them? People I trust while the rest will soon die out. Accidents here, accidents there, an heir gets married into a family that is wholly loyal to me. Shortly, only my voice will carry any meaning within the barony. So you want to secede in the end? I whispered, thinking it through, and now I was getting why he wasn't convinced to move into Avalon, even when he was loving what he was seeing. He wanted to become his own king and not a servant under another. I could respect that. Yes, I want to. And when that happens, it will happen at the same time as yours. I just hope you will help out. Of course. I answered at once, looking into his eyes. No questions about it. I am glad to hear that. He nodded, smiling, patting my shoulders. And I do mean, just tell me what you need for these when that happens. If we split, I want to change my people's lives as you changed those who live here. I can help you set up defenses. I agreed, thinking about it, but only when you are perfectly sure it would not leak. Which, you know, wouldn't be possible for a long time. We are more open than the frontier. Even if we can't compare to some of the key trading hubs, we do get visitors from the neighboring counties. But I appreciate the sentiment. I wasn't just saying it to sound kind. This time, all three of us already stopped walking while I crossed my arms, thinking. I can't sell you magical inventions, but I can sell you some of the weapons to prepare your own defenses within your castle. It is for your own safety and maybe equip a personal, fully trustworthy, elite force. That would still put you at risk. Not because we would leak it but because keeping it hidden forever in my city would simply be impossible. Yes, I get that, and I wouldn't do it immediately. First, I need to beef up my own forces so that when that happens, I can protect both of us. We will have to fight back together. You have an idea. I can see it in your eyes. Elliot chuckled, making me nod. Your territory is great in producing food and feeding a good amount of people. Ah. He exclaimed softly, understanding what I was about to say, finishing it for me. You want me to raise the foot soldiers, yes. You would provide the raw manpower, I would provide the weapons and something that is even more destructive. And that is? He asked, but I knew he knew, and before I could say it, Merlin finally caught on, answering us both. Magic. By the time we got back to the city, our topic trailed from the buildings to trying to come to an agreement on investing. Just mentioning my superficial knowledge of agriculture had already given my uncle some ideas, and I should have stopped there. I was never someone who understood how farming worked, I just knew the principles and main changes my old world's people went through. It became troublesome, especially when I began describing tractors, combines, and whatever else, which was a grave mistake. Look, I don't know if I can replicate something like that, uncle. Come on, you are a genius, you can come up with something, no. You built pipes that bring heated water into your people's homes in the winter. You made water flow from the mountains down to the city without magic. If you can build a tractor and supply it to me, we could raise the amount of food we can produce. Then, I can use that to help my people, feed more of them, and raise you an army. So, I interrupted quickly, looking at him with one eye, already seeing through his words, you wouldn't pay for it. I would pay with people. You already said it, that is what you want. I see. A tractor. I would have to make it without magic. My biggest problem is that even if I make it for you, its news will spread, and I am sure the Empire will come and take it away. What then? There is a war going on, their attention is focused elsewhere. It is our best moment to act. I will think about it. With a shrug, I quickly added, give me time to think how it would be possible to recreate my imaginary inventions for real, and then we can think about the rest, okay? Your mind is a weird place, Leon. He nodded with a smile, patting my back. Hey, tractor. I like the name. It has, I don't know, some weird power behind it. Me and my big mouth. I am too used to sharing my chaotic thoughts with Sasha, speaking freely, and telling her about all the things I would love to recreate. Since being pregnant, she also couldn't help me forge things, and I knew she was missing it, too, so we were going back and forth with wild ideas when we had time. She felt the most liberated when she was helping me bring my dreams to life. I got this used to relying on her magic, Even when we have only 2 mages, I only think about using spells to make something move. Oh, how I wish I could use it. I never told anyone this, but I do hope there will be 3 mages in Avalon after our little baby is finally born. I will not hold high hopes, though. From what I have seen so far, it speaks volumes about how rare they are compared to ordinary people. I was just thinking about you. I exclaimed when we finally arrived at the main square, meeting with Sasha, who was surrounded by Yuri and her guards. Oh. She blushed, still acting shy. While I hugged her, kissed her cheeks, and then repeated it with my other wives, Elliot walked over to my mother, greeting her. I heard claps rising after we appeared as we were on an elevated podium, looking over the square, the covered statue, and the sea of people gathering around. I don't get a kiss. A voice chimed in, and when I turned toward it, I answered its owner with a half-smile. Like you would ask for one, Dad. Who knows? He joked before I hugged him, and it was a welcome surprise that he come out from the castle to visit us. How are you? He asked not me, but Sasha, rubbing her head, making her smile ear to ear while answering. Your dad is one hunky dude. I bet his dick is big. Good thing I am his son then, no. I whispered back, and of course, it was Yuri who unplugged her mouth with that simple comment. Still, the original is bigger, isn't it? She continued, teasing me without any breaks. That would be scary, Leon's is already big enough. Luna chimed in, making me turn towards her with a welcome surprise. I like big. Yuri countered, and I wasn't sure if she was still teasing me, wanting to rile me up so I would be rough with her, or if she was genuinely serious. Damn it, girl, just when I was starting to feel prideful for a moment. That's because you are loose. Sasha declared, joining our hushed debate after father joined my mom and began teasing uncle, welcoming him in his own way. You are hurting my pride. Yuri gasped, overreacting, holding her chest. My maiden soul is being shattered piece by piece, my queen. Well, we were both virgins, so of course, we adapted well to his shape. It is logical. Once again, Luna was the one who dropped another bombshell, and although Sasha went pink in the face, she still nodded somewhat proudly. Girls. I interrupted them before it turned into a weird debate in the middle of the day. Let's be reasonable and focus on the event before us, okay? There is a statue to be revealed. What if it's a statue of your dick? Yuri asked, making my eyes twitch. How would Mr. Perth know how it looks? Luna questioned, honest inquiry in her mismatched eyes, but I was doubting their validity. I bet she was playing along with her friend here. The little imp. It is not a penis. Sasha stomped in place, pouting, but then again, she looked at me, repeating, it isn't, is it? I hope not. Even I was unsure now, thanks to their idiocy. Where's Merlin? Elliot asked, walking back to us, noticing the fact my prime minister had disappeared from view the moment we arrived. You'll see, I think he went ahead to check on the sound system, as this will be its first live test. What does that mean? Asked not only him but my parents, too. You'll see. It will be Renner, my Minister of Architecture, and Perth himself who will use it. My only advice is don't get scared. They didn't get it first, but I watched my parents and uncle jump in their seats when the event commenced. It was the same as how the many people around the square gasped when Renner raised the microphone to his mouth and began speaking. No rehearsal was done, and I watched Merlin stand next to him with an even more nervous look, hoping that everything would go perfectly in this first live test. When Renner heard his own voice echoing out loudly, then picked up by the different receivers placed around the square and repeating his words, it was a magical experience. Well, it was magic. Even his first few stuttering sentences were something everyone hung on with great surprise, followed by their loud applause. It is like a giant shouting from the mountaintops. Father whispered, elated, listening to the echoey speech where Renner introduced Perth to everyone, not that it was fully needed. His name was well known amongst my people, and by now, he was the go-to person to sculpt the main decorations around the city. It is only the first iteration, so a later version may manage to solve the echo issue. I answered my dad, making the trio look at me like I cursed at them or something. What issue? This is genius. I bet everyone is hearing it, and they don't need to try and rely on hearsay. You know how it is, someone mishears something, relays it back wrongly, and by the time those farthest away hear the news, it is nowhere near to what it was originally. Elliot exclaimed, excited, and I knew what he was about to ask, but he gulped it back. Yes, this one was magic-based. Again. It's not something I would lend to him. We watched on when it became Perth's time to talk, thanking the city and then directly turning towards me and thanking me for everything I had done for the frontier. He recounted his old life, how he had no prospect or future, no idea what he would do with his life besides trying to provide for his wife and children. Now, he could do that and even found his calling, something he is good at, and for that, he decided to create his greatest work, the Sovereign. Oh. I couldn't really say anything when they pulled off the sheet that was covering it and watched my marble copy stand there, 4 meters tall, looking heroic. It was a feeling that is hard to describe. I felt shy, touched, and also extraordinarily happy. Proud. He truly was a master because the statue's face was eerily precise, and the way I wore the military uniform and a cape was way too realistic. How did he do that? I knew it was made out of stone, yet it looked like the cape was flowing in the wind while I stood there proudly, looking afar as if I was gazing toward the future. It was the crowd's happy shouts and claps that brought me back to reality, making me stand up and join in on it. I never thought that someone would honor me like this, and I think everyone noticed I became sentimental, wiping away a tear, which further increased the intensity of the applause, especially coming from my father. He looked even prouder than Mom, wanting to invite Perth to the palace for a drink. It was a cool night, the sky was clear, and I stood in my study, looking up at the full moon at the open window, a somewhat smug smile hanging at the edge of my lips. I couldn't help it, not when I thought about my statue decorating the main square. It won't have to stand there all alone, as Perth announced that he was also working on my wife's statues to accompany mine. Only Yuri wasn't shocked, and she insisted that hers would be naked, with a perfect replica of her lady parts. Of course, I refused the idea on the spot. Although some naked statues would be interesting, Tisk, relax, Leon, don't let Yuri poison your mind. With a grunt, I emptied my cup of coffee, closed the window, sat back in my chair, and replaced the burned-down candles with new ones. After dinner, I couldn't help but think about Elliot's request, my head filling with old schematics we studied in university. As an engineer, I always wondered why I would need to know how centuries-old tech worked when we had nuclear-powered hover tanks. It never came in handy on the battlefield, but right now, it was perfect. Let's see, because we don't have any internal combustion engines, I will have to make something that is steam-powered. That is the easiest solution for my tractor problem. First, I would need a boiler. That is the easier part, it could be made from riveted metal plates or possibly even ceramic materials. Depending on where I would put it, I will need to use a furnace or firebox underneath it. Next would be the steam engine itself, which converts the energy from steam into mechanical motion. I decided to make it straightforward and that it would be a simple piston engine design that would transform the pressure of the steam into rotational motion. Then came the question. Wheels or tracks? The steam tractor would need one of the two to move across the ground, especially when it is wet and muddy. Because I can't go and invent rubber out of nothing, if I go with wheels, they would be large wooden ones, similar to the ones on carriages with iron rims. The same was valid for the tracks, the only difference is that I would probably make the latter from iron only. Should I do one of each and see which performs better? It would be a good test for deciding what to use if I began planning something smaller than a mech. Is this how my ancestors felt? Is this how they came up with tanks? Let me see, what else? Ah, yes. Transmission. A primitive system would be enough to transfer power from the steam engine to the wheels or tracks. From what my men learned from creating clocks, making gears and chains and putting them together should be much easier to understand by now. It would be larger than a clock, so the blacksmiths would be able to create them effortlessly. Then, I can add a steering mechanism. Easy, I just need something simple that turns the front wheels or adjusts the direction of the tracks. As for fuel, well, we have a lot of wood, I just don't know how well that would work. Maybe I should try and get my hands on coal. It would be much easier with magic, perhaps the ones I make for Elliot will be magicless, but ours can run on a formation, HM, then that means I make 4 versions, ugh. As for the water, I wouldn't worry about that part. However, I will need to balance the machine and decide where the water tank is going to be mounted. It can't be too heavy for its own good, or it will ruin the soil, besides getting stuck repeatedly. Lastly, I need to add some safety features. There need to be pressure relief valves and a way to control the speed of the steam engine. I can't let them explode and kill my farmers because I don't think I could handle someone with a 3rd-degree burn mark. Oh boy. I will need to keep this under wraps. I hope our newest spy in the capital works because, with him if he is covering for us. I think Uncle and I can get away with it. The following day, after waking up and having breakfast, Mikan came to see me at my office. When she arrived, I was just about to start showing and explaining my tractor's plans to Sasha, so it had to be postponed for the moment. Did I come at the wrong time? Mikan asked, noticing that she had interrupted something, but I smiled and shook my head. No, these plans can wait. Are you here because of the instruments? Yes. She nodded, holding a folder in her hands and placing it on my desk. I compiled all the songs that I think are appropriate for the occasion. I talked with Merlin, giving him a copy for reference, and he is helping me set up the same, microphones. The things that were used yesterday. When it's ready, I will play a little every day for the people on the main square. Oh. We will go and listen to it, for sure. Sasha exclaimed, clapping her hands, and of course we would. I didn't think about skipping it at all. I am a little bit nervous as I have never played before with so many people watching, but it should be all right. It will be fine. I added, encouraging her while I looked over the multiple music sheets. As I expected, they looked like nothing I knew of and were utterly alien to me. I was about to ask Mikon when Sasha did it before me. I want to learn to play on one. Can you teach me? I can't read these. It would be my pleasure, Lady Sasha. I was going to go and practice today. If you want, you can come along, and in the meantime, I can explain everything. Really? But before she could follow her, she suddenly remembered that we were about to go over my blueprints. Go. I giggled, patting her bottom. This can wait, it is something for the far future. I saw that they wanted to argue, but instead, I pushed them out of my office, telling them to go have fun and bring Luna with them, too. It would be best if Sasha learned how to read music sheets and, in turn, taught me later. That way, I could copy down the things I knew of and help her translate and integrate them into this world's established framework. While they were away, I leaned back in my chair, thinking. If I am going to manufacture something like a tractor or go for an even bigger machine later on, I will need a new place to manage it. It is not something that could be done in Avalon. The local blacksmiths can handle weapon forging and making parts of it, but something that requires their assembly and working on the complete machine, especially in the case of a tank or a mech, would need something entirely new. Well, it is time to take a little tour. I mumbled, finding Yuri and Oleg to accompany me while I headed out to visit a few places. This is all that there is to report about integrating the new fiefs we have received, Duke Kustov. Thank you for your hard work, Barnabas. He nodded, sitting in his comfortable leather chair while his head advisor presented the latest reports from within his domain. After becoming a duke, their territories and key sites that previously belonged to some other nobles were now directly under his control. Of course, this did not mean the land under Kustov's family was one homogeneous mass, but instead different spots scattered all over the empire while the family lived within the capital. With the recent events and multiple families being wiped off the face of the earth, it wasn't only him who jumped up from being a marquis to becoming a duke. There were also now earls who became marquises and so on and so on. With a sudden shift in allegiances and merges of families, reorganizing the lineage was something Kustov had been dealing with in the past few weeks. But it also delighted him. The area they lorded over grew almost twice their previous size. Managing it all alone would be impossible, so the nobles under him were put in place to oversee the provinces, further breaking it down, following the nature of how their feudal society had been working for the past 2 millennia. There is only one problem left, my lord. Barnabas continued, bringing up a topic he did not really want. The northern slice of the pie that was cut up between the new dukes. Yes. Although Barnabas was nervous, Kustov kept smiling, surprising his old confidant who served not just him but grew up under his late father's leadership. They received one, old and thin territory, hugging the endless mountains up north. There were no passages there, but instead, there were dozens of old mines that were depleted or barely yielding any notable quantity anymore. Yet why were they still being operated? Simple. They were producing CC. Cosmic crystals. Kustov murmured, licking his lips, the gift of the gods themselves. Even if the mines were already emptied, with only a trivial amount of CC being extracted every year, it was still one of the most critical items within the empire. Only the dukes were given the ability to govern any territory that had CC located within, so this tiny region, up in the north, had to be assigned under someone who was directly from the Kustov family. Is my family back yet? They should arrive in the next 2 days. Barnabas answered at once, thinking he had asked because he was still worried about them. After he was sent away to become the captain of the justice, people close to him, including his wife, son, and daughter, were all sent away from the capital to govern different territories under their rule. His brother knew full well he couldn't kill them, but he could make them obsolete. Now, it turns out, this act was the one thing that saved them because many of his immediate kin were now dead. Elena is already old enough, she will turn 16 this year, so I will anoint her as the regent of Greyback. My lord. Barnabas gasped, not understanding why he would do something like that, sending her to the north. To Greyback. Was there still danger lurking in the city? Was there something that only the Duke knew? Is there another reason to send away his own daughter, someone who could be the key to creating strong ties with other dukes? Why order someone so young to travel to an area that was effectively a place of exile? Of course, there was no way that Barnabas would ever understand it. We are low on numbers, and the only kin I can trust who is eligible to govern a place like that is her. I must keep my son here as he will begin preparing to inherit my place in the future. But Lady Elena is dash. I already decided. Gustav said, raising his voice a little, and Barnabas simply nodded, leaving to begin preparing a group to travel to the end of the world with Lady Elena. She will be the perfect choice for it. She doesn't need to stay there forever. In fact, I don't think she will. There was something else behind his decision that he would not share with anyone. That place stands very close to the frontier and far away from real danger. Gustav was already thinking about using his daughter to be the perfect connection between him and Avalon, feeling that this would be the best decision. Especially if Elena manages to capture the attention of the sovereign, his sovereign, then the title of Duke would mean nothing, quickly leaving it to his son so he could finally go to where he belongs. To Avalon, to his promised land. Ah. Avalon. The heaven on earth. Gustav murmured, almost as if he was in a trance after being left alone, I will have to write a detailed report. I am sure that my sovereign is already waiting for my letter to know what is going on within this wretched empire. After dinner in the palace, I was sitting on my couch, being hugged by Sasha as we were alone this time. Where is Luna? The moment you came back, she disappeared with Yuri. I asked while gently stroking her head and playing with her hair. I think they went out to visit the new tavern that opened up. Yuri has been talking about it since she saw the advertisement in the papers. It says the owner has made some new sweet drinks designed especially for the ladies, and it has been gaining attention amongst the women of Avalon. Really now? Huh. I missed that. I hope they don't trash the place. Mikon is with them, so it should be fine. I think. She is well respected amongst the people. Also, she is beautiful. When she begins playing, the square will be filled up to the brim again because you just can't look away. You should have seen and heard her. The way she does it, how she carries herself while playing. I can't wait to learn it all. I was getting bored out of my mind being stuck with your mom in the palace. Ahaha, sorry about that. But, by summer, your belly should start showing the signs, and you will enter a stable period. I guess she will ease on her supervision after that. I hope so. I miss working with you, she moaned, climbing into my lap and leaning against me. Where were you today? I returned after lunch, but they said you had left the city. I wanted to spend some time with you alone, but this is fine, too. I was out scouting a place that would be perfect for installing our military industry. Oh, is it about the tractor blueprints? I looked them over, and they are fascinating. Making them with the current blacksmithing station would be hard, something more significant is needed, so I was about to suggest revisiting the flooded old mine. This is why you are my wife. I giggled, kissing her lips but separating before it got too heated, or I wouldn't be able to hold back. However, she was already getting really pink. I came to the same decision in the end. The area would be cleared, trees chopped down, and we would build walls and house an entire garrison of soldiers there. It would be off-limits to the citizens, only authorized personnel would be able to go behind the walls we are going to erect around it. The water that caused the incident back then will come in handy for what we are going to build there. Not to mention, the possible ores within the mountain are still there. If we could exploit it again, then we could mine out the resources that would be used there without needing to transport it. And I am planning to do that with explosives. I will use the dragon fire cannons to blast open the mountainside. I am not just thinking about mining, I want to dig into the mountainside and establish underground, hidden bases. I want to see that. She grumbled, knowing full well that Mom would not let her come for sure. I don't even know if it will work. I added with a laugh, because even if the cannons pierced the body of a giant monster, would it do the same with a mountain that separates two different worlds? Well, we will see it, but I had mixed expectations. I already talked with Merlin about it, and the workers are being gathered for the task. We will begin establishing our first research and development site when the festivities are over. For now, it is time to relax and not work. If all goes well, it will also be a place where we will make the first tractors, revolutionizing agriculture before moving on to bigger things. I want to move on to something big too. She whispered into my ears while grinding against my body. Damn girl, if you say something like this. Geez, you are on fire. I answered after pulling off her top, running my fingers along her body and her much more puffy, swelling breasts that became even more sensitive than before. And not because I am not using my magic. With a soft moan, she pulled my head against her chest, and just a few kisses and squeezes were enough to make her shiver in a way that I knew at once what it meant. Let me pour some water on you then. We can't cook our future heir now, can we? It didn't take much to lay her on her back, strip her from the remaining soaked clothes, slipping into her ever so slowly. She was burning up, no joke. I thought she was having a fever with how hot her body was at that moment. With only a few thrusts, she let out a loud moan again, her nails scratching my back as she held me tight, proving how sensitive she was at that moment. A finger is truly not enough. I missed this. Me too. I answered, sealing her mouth with my lips and moving a bit quicker. The way she was gripping me at that moment was almost painful, resulting in me taking only a few minutes to let myself loose, filling her up while her legs locked around my waist. Much better. So much better. She sighed loudly, shivering with pleasure. Sasha wasn't lying. I physically felt her body's heat finally lowering, returning to something much more acceptable level as I was lying atop her while she clung to me, not wanting to let go. Aren't I heavy? No. Stay like this. I like this. You are mine. This is good. She murmured, her eyes closed and only loosening on her hold after she fell asleep under me with a satisfied, innocent smile. It was early evening. The sun was getting ever so close to disappearing below the horizon while we were gathering in the main square once again. This time, none of us wore any fancy clothes because I knew full well that there was a chance we would have to dance. I think Sasha was even more nervous about it and would have worn high heels instead, so she had an excuse not to do it. By her words, even after training a lot, she could only move around like a scarecrow being tugged and pulled on strings. From our podium, we could easily see the smaller one built for Mikan, her violin standing ready while the microphones were set up so she didn't have to hold them by hand. The people around us were excited. Those familiar with Mikan's sermons already knew she had a great voice and talent for music. For me, everything was new, so I observed curiously, waiting with excitement. Keep an eye on him. Luna whispered, leaning over to Sasha and Yuri, but continued speaking at a volume I could still hear. Mikan is dangerously sexy in her costume. If we are not careful, she will end up as the fourth wife. That is too much. Sasha remained silent, trying to keep up a non-caring front, but I knew she agreed with her friend, watching her nod her head ever so slightly. I'm fine with that. Yuri argued, I would want to massage those titties, damn, I want to suckle on them like a baby while she is rubbing my tummy. Or pussy. Or both. Damn, girl. Whistled my father, leaning forward, looking at me, how can you keep her tame, son? You are making your dad proud, you know that. The priestess does have a very breedable body, Mom added under her breath, making me freeze. I looked around, happy that Merlin was not here, the poor guy, he would not understand half of it, huh? At least he was still innocent. Get used to it. Louise was a wild child from what I read. Elliot spoke up but choked on his words after my mom looked at him with glowing eyes. Oh, was there a secret hiding from their childhood? Something I don't know. What were you like, Mom? Curious. Before the whole conversation would be irreversibly derailed, Merlin's voice echoed from around the square as he walked up to the stage, holding his own microphone. Welcome, citizens of Avalon. Tonight will be the first night for our beloved priestess Mikan to play some songs and make sure everyone can have some good fun. We are here to celebrate the peace that our sovereign has brought us. Where did he come up with this speech? I asked nobody in particular while listening to the shouts and applause spreading amongst the crowd. I think he wrote it himself. Luna answered, placing his finger on her lips. I read all of his books because he writes really good stories. But I noticed that most of them have a character like you, who always saves the day and the people. Maybe he loves you. Will you take him into your harem? No. Answered Sasha, my mom, dad, and finally, me. I would watch them do it, added Yuri, but I knew it was best to ignore her. I ought to spank you for this, I continued, watching Luna, whose eyes became slightly brighter at once. I will hold her down. Sasha agreed, further intensifying the light in my little maid's mismatched eyes. Son, you should make things clear. Father warned me, looking serious, young Merlin is still impressionable. You need to talk with him, or this can turn nasty in a flash. You already have wives and an heir in the making. You can't fool around with an innocent soul if you don't want anything from him. Wait, what? I stuttered, thinking I had misheard, but my mom quickly agreed. As your father says, Leon. If you don't want to do anything with him, tell Merlin about it. Don't break his heart. It is evil, and I will spank you as you spank Luna. Humph. Wait a minute, you would be. I didn't know how to say it. I was floored by how open they were, which I didn't expect. What the hell? I thought you. You can't take a boy into the harem, Mom continued, explaining without flinching, ignoring Sasha's deeply red face and Yuri's uncontrollable grin. Because what if he makes one of your wives pregnant? That would be a complete disaster. I did not even think about it in the first place. I moaned, wanting to tear my hair out, looking at Luna, who was also enjoying this chaos that she produced out of nowhere. You little devil, I will so spank you that you won't be able to sit or sleep on your back for a week. Just you wait. Luckily, we couldn't continue because Merlin finished his speech, and Mikan was finally ready to appear. The girls weren't lying, she did look gorgeous. She was wearing a white, elegant dress with a golden belt going around her waist. I had never seen her with such revealing clothes as it left her arms free, having a deep cutout above her chest, and with every step she took, the side of her legs became visible right up to her waist. Damn. I muttered, watching Mikan take her place and raising the violin to her neck. I guess she was nervous because she wasn't paying attention to us or the crowd. Instead, she began to play without hesitation or pause in her movements. If I want to describe the melody echoing through the city, she was playing something that would fit very well into a happy, fantasy movie in my old life. I can't complain because I do live the life of one, don't I? Am I such a character? Nah. That would be weird. Anyway. It was good and really catchy. Looking at the others, it was obvious that they also enjoyed it, and it gave me an idea. What are you doing? Sasha asked, looking stunned and turning red while I stood before her, hand extended towards her. I am inviting you to dance, what else? But, this not like what we practiced. She answered in a panic, and of course, it wasn't. What Mom was teaching us was the typical noble shtick. The music right now. It was much more upbeat and lively. It didn't need any choreography, only instincts. Come, don't be shy. Just follow the rhythm. With a laugh, I pulled her out of the chair, holding onto her waist as I began dancing, completely random, trying to match Mikan's music, and if I failed, that was fine, too. You are too focused and stiff, let it go, Sasha. Just, enjoy it. I whispered, looking into her eyes, keeping her from overthinking things. Soon enough, she began loosening up, and after that, she finally managed to follow my steps. It didn't take long before we were like two silly kids, dancing without rhyme or reason, simply enjoying ourselves and laughing when one of us made a mistake. Glancing to the sides, I saw the crowd noticing us and beginning to clap, following our lead. A few minutes later, everyone was forgetting about everything, only enjoying the moment. Yes. This was precisely what I wanted from these festivities. My turn. Shouted Yuri, jumping up from her seat, followed by Luna, not wanting to stay out of the fun, so with a smooth switch, I handed off Sasha to Luna while I took Yuri's arm, quickly adjusting to her much more pronounced and erotic moves. She was like a snake, trying to hypnotize me with how silkily she could twist and turn her waist. In another life, maybe she would be a world-class belly dancer. When it was Luna's turn, her submissive personality quickly resurfaced as she followed my lead, never telling her body to say no. If I began spinning her, she heeded my will, and if I pulled her closer, she did so without any resistance, giggling all the way, enjoying being led by the nose, or hand, in this case. I don't know how long we did it, but by the time Mikon finished, I felt my legs hurt and was sweating buckets. Still, she only took a small break, refreshing herself before starting all over again. Looking at my people finding joy in the music made me realize that by wanting to build a city for myself, just because I wanted to enjoy my second chance at life, I also made it so that those around me could also find delight in their lives. I will need to teach this to our child. Dancing? Sasha asked, catching my whispers. No, I continued, caressing her face. The lesson that if they do something, they must do it so others can enjoy it, too. The following morning, the city was quieter than usual as the little party at the main square went on for a long time. My wives were still asleep when I slipped out of my room and headed to my study. I was meeting with Merlin, who was visiting me and bouncing like an energy bomb to make a report on yesterday's event. It was a great success, my sovereign. The people loved it. We should host something like this yearly. We can mark the first week of spring as such. We could center it around welcoming the warm and saying goodbye to winter, a start of a new year, if you like. Oh, that is a good idea, I will write that down. Let's not tie it to a concrete date, let it be held at the time when our first warm weeks have come. Also, I have something that I need to talk to you about. Please, sit. Did something happen? He asked, getting a bit nervous as I was way too serious. Well, it was a weird topic, so I didn't really feel comfortable either. I just couldn't chase out the thoughts that my parents' words planted in my mind. I like my prime minister, but not in any weird way. I would hate if our friendship went awry for some stupid reason, so I decided to talk openly with Merlin before it was too late. We need to chat about us. Shit. That sounded so wrong. This is not about laws, plans, or ideas. I want to know what you think about me. What I think about you. He murmured, becoming shy and nervous, beginning to play with his fingers. Well. You are my sovereign. No, leave the protocol and whatnot behind you. We are talking like men here. Right now, you are Merlin, and I am Leon. Tell me, Merlin. What do you see when you look at me? He began hesitating once again, but seeing that I wouldn't drop the topic, he finally spoke up, avoiding eye contact. I look up to you, very much so. You are not just my ruler but also someone who inspires me, and I want to be like you. You are like the best big brother who I could ask for. Big brother? I asked, feeling relief wash over me. Thank the gods, it wasn't anything weirder. Damn it, Luna, damn it, Mom. You made me worried for nothing. I'm sorry. I know. I shouldn't because that is so improper. How? With a sobbing cry, he lowered his head, holding it between his hands, acting so shy that it was hard not to laugh. Ahahaha. Good, good. I am glad you look at me like that. I exclaimed while standing up and walking over, hugging him, and patting his back. I don't mind, quite the opposite. I am happy if you think of me like that, Merlin. For a moment, I was worried you harbored romantic feelings towards me. What? Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he yelled, no. I am not. Promise. While he tried his best to explain it, I watched his eyes, and I felt that he wasn't lying. Why did you think that? Not fair, SOV-KHM, Leon. Not fair. You can't tease me, even if you accept me as your younger brother. Bullies are bad. He pouted, looking like a little chipmunk. Sorry. It was Luna who brought it up, and thinking about your books. Oh. He flinched, going red in the face again. I never wrote romantic things into them, so I don't know why she thought it like that. There are no heroines there or, that part. Sex. Yes, because. He was getting even more troubled, his voice lowering so much that I barely could make it out. You never did it. I know. You already told me that. Ugh. No bully. Stop. He continued sulkingly, looking at the ground and drawing circles with his feet. TSK. I told you I will get you a wife, HM. I will need to work on it, it seems. Please, no, he exclaimed, snapping his head up at me. It will happen when I meet someone, Yes, I'm sure of it. Okay. I'll drop the topic. So I should not try to make you and Mikan a thing. What? Why? Why Mikan? Duh, your bodies are a perfect match. I don't get it. No matter. I shrugged and began rubbing his head because I saw that he really did not get it. At least it was finally cleared up. I can be calm from now on, but to be honest, I will still try to seek a proper wife for my little brother. I need his lineage to prosper. I want my future heir to have their own good friend and a potential, perfect prime minister.